I now call the October meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to everyone in the room, and those listening online. All board members are present and seated. I want to make a brief statement about decorum before we begin, because I suspect that we can all agree that we kind of reached the edge of it last month. I take this job very seriously. We all represent large groups of voters, and I just want to reiterate my expectations as the chair, which is that we treat each other with respect. We talk about, allowing folks during public comment, no personal attacks, and I think that that's important for all of the speakers that come before us. Bullying of guests will never be tolerated, and my job as the chair is just to ensure that everyone gets a chance to speak. So I ask that we not have any more hot mic situations with the profanity, and really just to kind of keep the chatter in the room to a minimum as well. We've started to have more side conversations. The acoustics in here can be really strange as we sit at a curved table, so what I hear is going to be different than what others hear. So I just ask you, if you need to talk to your neighbor for clarification on something, I'm okay with that, but if the volume gets too loud, I'm going to say something. So that is my decorum bit for the day. Thank you. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There is one change to today's agenda. As we discussed last week, we're going to move consent to the end of the day today. Are there any other changes to Tuesday or Wednesday? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mean as far as pulling anything off the consent agenda item? Already change anything? Is that what we're doing now?
You can do that now.
All right, G and H, please.
Okay. All right. Any other? Kathy?
8C.
8C. Okay, thank you. And did either of you want presentations on those, or do you simply want to vote separately? Presentation on 8C. And Michelle, did you need more information on G or H?
Yeah, as far as G, there's kind of a lot more to unpack than just
Okay.
what it states, so, yes.
And H?
As far as the, well, I'll mention it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Danny?
I have some questions on B.
Questions on B as in boy. Okay. All right. Any other changes? If not, a motion is in order to approve as amended. Dina and Jim. Oh, discussion? Kathy?
Yes, please. So I want to make sure I'm understanding. So when are we going to, because I might have misunderstood last month maybe. So are we literally moving, fully dealing with the consent agenda to the end of today?
This month, we're moving it to today.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll get questions answered at the end of the day today. We have a pretty full agenda tomorrow as well.
So, Melanie, could you explain why to the board, why we're moving that or can someone explain why we're moving, changing it again and moving it now back from Wednesday to Tuesday?
My understanding is it was discussed in all of the duo conversations that happened last week, Anne asked if we could move it up because she may not be available if we run long tomorrow.
Okay, it wasn't discussed in ours. Unless I missed the,
Okay?
We didn't have any discussion
because I was with Danny and Betty and we didn't discuss moving.
about changing the agenda.
I was under the impression everyone had,
That meeting was to cover the KISA. In the duos the day before, I tried to tell everyone that Ann had requested that
Okay.
in those duos.
Which
And that the chair
definitely was
And
heard,
the vice chair were going to take that
but
into
there was certainly not
consideration.
discussion. So just a heads up that that was under consideration, I guess. So yeah.
Danny?
Yeah, I'm not okay with moving it because we weren't told ahead of time that we were gonna move it. And I'm not okay with moving it.
Okay, then you can vote no.
I will, okay.
Any further discussion before we vote on the change to the amended agenda? All in favor, raise your hand. We've got 6 opposed, 4. Motion carries. And are there any corrections or additions to the minutes from the September 12 and 13, 2023 meeting? Kathy?
Yes, ma'am. I have talked with Michaela, and what is missing was the conversation and I believe vote about the Eanes and Gear Money memo. It kind of got flopped around in the meeting, so I think it just got a little bit lost. So we do need that correction added back into the minutes for that.
And Michaela, are you prepared to make that correction? Do you have everything that you need for that? Okay. So Kathy, would you be okay with voting with Michaela's acknowledgement that she's going to add it, and then I can check for it before I sign it? Or do you want to wait until you see the finished minutes?
No, I would be okay with that.
Okay. Any other changes to the minutes? If not, may I have a motion to approve with the amendment? Betty and Kathy? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. That's 10-0, motion passes. And I did not see anyone here for Citizens Open Forum, but we will. No speakers, okay. So I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:08 a.m. The board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the state board. The board asks that speakers identify themselves by name, naming the group they represent. The board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. We don't have any speakers today. Therefore, the state board's Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:08 a.m. All right. Next up, we will act on ESSER 3 change requests for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this month I have 15 districts that have submitted ESSER 3 changes. If approved, those plans will be worth $31.8 million. The changes represent a little over $6 million. So the changes that we have, we've got Remington Whitewater uses up the rest of their allocation for some salaries. Norton has an HVAC project that uses up the rest of their allocation. Graham County had a little bit left and they're using that for professional development. Fairfield found some items that came in under budget, and so that freed up about $6,000 for them. So you'll notice that that one's negative. Wellington has an HVAC project that uses up the rest of their allocation. Ellenwood, curriculum and premium pay. Blue Valley uses the rest of theirs up for software licenses, and Smoky Valley moves some money around for some retention pay. Russell County Same thing, reorganized some of their items. They came in at less cost, and so that freed up about $20,000 in their plan. They had all of it used up previously, and so now they've got a little space to add something else. Marion uses the rest of theirs up for some salaries. Great Bend has a large facility improvement project. They're working on their pre-K program, so they're renovating a building and using ESSER funds for their pre-K. Dodge City had a little bit of money left, and they're just tacking that on to premium pay. Coffeyville has a big HVAC project, multiple buildings with multiple units. Fort Larned, premium pay for theirs, and Baxter Springs uses the rest of theirs up for curriculum. Like I mentioned, net changes represent $6.2 million. Cumulatively, we're looking at still 79% of our expenses are going towards teaching and learning.
Any questions? I see none in the hand raise app. You have a motion in front of you, board members. Betty,
Madam Chair, you are ready for the motion.
are we ready? Yes.
I move that the State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school district for ESSER 3 change request as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Thank you. Is there a second? Jim McNeese. Any further discussion or questions for Doug? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? That's 901. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we're receiving the Evaluation Review Committee recommendations. Welcome, Catherine Schmidling.
Oh, they've all shifted over to the edge. There I am. All right, let me make sure I'm pointed at this properly. Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the board, thank you for letting me come before you. I have recommendations from the Evaluation Review Committee regarding educator preparation programs that are being recommended for your approval. Just a reminder of the review process. It is a peer review for each license area that goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, and then their recommendations come to you. And I'll just go in order by each school. So for Central Christian College, I have a recommendation for approval for their physical education program. They do have one area for improvement on Standard 7. The Evaluation Review Committee and the Physical Education Review Team felt that the standard is currently met, but that the description of how the program is addressing advocacy of physical education in Standard 7 was not clearly detailed. So it's a thing that the reviewers are recommending the program to work on, and I'm gonna pull up my little notes here to give you Standard 7 from PE in tiny, tiny font. Physical education candidates demonstrate behaviors essential to becoming effective professionals. They exhibit professional ethics and culturally competent practices, seek opportunities for continued professional development, and demonstrate knowledge of promotion, advocacy, strategies for physical education, and expanded physical activity opportunities that support the development of physically literate individuals. So that is where the term advocacy lies within the standard. And the description the program provided was not very specific on advocacy in general, but the reviewers felt that the entire standard was covered. Moving on to Emporia State, I have a recommendation for you for a new program. New programs can only be approved with stipulation, so it's not a bad thing stipulation. It is a, you're just getting started, we want to check back in with you. And this is for an elementary unified program, and then an innovative elementary residency program. Both would be new. Both have all standards met, according to the reviewers and the Evaluation Review Committee. and no areas of concern. For Fort Hays, I have one new program. Again, this is just a new program. We want to check in and see how it goes, stipulation. And that is for an innovative low-incidence residency program and a more traditional low-incidence program. Low incidence correlates with the severe profound scale of special education. And both of those had all standards met, no areas of concern. New programs, remember, are approved for a 2-year period during which they get going and submit a progress report, and then they go on to the regular schedule of the continuing programs for that institution. Fort Hays then also has several continuing programs that have just been reviewed. So these are being recommended for the full 7-year approval cycle. Art, building leadership, chemistry, district leadership, driver ed, earth and space science, English for speakers of other languages, there's more, gifted, and library media specialist. All have all standards met, no areas of concern. Question?
Quick question, Kathy?
On the new, so approved with stipulation, after that 2 years, does it come back fully to the board then after that time, or just to the ERC? Or
It goes just to the ERC with
Okay.
that progress report.
Okay.
And they determine if the stipulation can be taken off, and the program is then put on the same schedule as everything else.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Next, Friends University. So their 7-year cycle would end in June of 2029. So they were reviewed before the Fort Hays programs. If you see differences in the date, it is 7 years from the review semester. And so there's been more conversation on some of these. But art, high incidence, limited apprentice. So remember, that is folks working in the districts. History, government social studies, music, and physical education. And all of these programs are recommended with all standards met and no areas of concern. Pittsburgh State University, their first program, their reading specialist, has some areas for improvement. So the Evaluation Review Committee is recommending a shortened approval window. With areas for improvement, you noticed that Central Christian College was focused on Standard 7. With Pittsburgh State, it's focused on a couple of the key assessments that the program is using, assessments 2, 3, and 4, which are typically tools used during the student teaching experience. And anytime a concern comes up, the review team repeats that concern every time that tool is used for a different standard. So you see the same concern repeated across multiple standards. Assessment 2 is used for Standard 2 and Standard 5 and Standard 7. So it's a direct repeat of that concern. I did look up the rubric that it's referring to. I looked up Assessment 4. So these are part of the student-teacher work sample. And on the rubric, in the columns, you might have for an unacceptable level of performance, as the student teacher is grading an assignment, sometimes they don't grade it right. And that was the use of the word some. So some assignments aren't graded correctly, unacceptable level of performance. The reviewer concern is how many is some? Then for another example, for an acceptable level of performance, most of the assignments are graded correctly by the student teacher as they're learning. And the question from the reviewer is, how many is most? Or when it says appropriate, that the student teacher is using appropriate assignments, define what appropriate is in the rubric. The program at Pitt State has had complete turnover. So they inherited this program from the previous person, submitted it for review, and said, this was somebody else's. We want to redo it and do it, to our own design. So they are planning to submit it as a new program next semester. The review process typically takes 9 to 11 months from their submission until I bring it to you. So the Evaluation Review Committee is recommending that it be approved for 2 years. They feel all the standards are currently met, but there is that vagueness in some of the rubrics. And the program is planning to basically phase this out and these tools out and bring in a new one, which would be reviewed before anybody could be admitted to it. Any questions on reading specialist?
Question from Vice Chair Porter.
Yes, sir.
Full disclosure, Catherine knows, has
right.
been warned.
Yes.
When I saw this, I was concerned about, you've basically answered my question.
That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah. But it concerns me, we talk about, we want specificity,
Yep.
and I was very concerned when I read this about how are we going to know what some is? How are we going to know what more is? Is there going to be some, you talk about redoing the program, and I can live with that as long as we know that they're going to address these issues and that they're going to be, so that they are going to have a specific way to tell whether or not that student is successful. And as everybody knows, I expect people to come out of the college able to teach and understand structured literacy and able to do that. And so anytime I see some or most or something that's a concern, I'm going to bring it up. But you've adequately asked my questions. I would just hope that we would give them more than 2 years, less than 2 years
Most of that is
to
them
get
waiting
their
on
act
me
together.
to get it back from the review team and bring it to you.
And I would ask that if you don't see progress during that period of time, that you bring that back to us, because I think that's a real concern. And I think basically that we need to hold everybody's feet to the fire when it comes to reading.
Yep.
Probably
This
other
is-
things too, but that's my obsession.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, this was a very specific concern by the reviewers, that the language in the rubrics be measurable. So I would imagine that is part of their redesign of that program. All right, moving on to other Pittsburgh programs. These are being recommended for the full 7-year approval cycle. We have Building and District Leadership, Early Childhood Unified, English Language Arts at middle level and secondary, Low Incidence, Music, and Physical Education. And all are being recommended with all standards met and no areas of concern. And then Wichita State University, 1 new program for Elementary Unified. And just a reminder, this stipulation is because it's new, not because there is some grave concern with it. All standards are recommended as met with no areas of concern. So that's recommended for a 2-year approval. And then their continuing programs that are already in operation are being recommended for a 7-year approval for art, building leadership, chemistry, early childhood unified, earth and space science, English for speakers of other languages, and reading specialist, all with all standards met and no concerns. And I believe I am scheduled to bring them back to you next month. If you all have any questions now or then, I would be happy to answer.
Board members, any additional questions? Kathy?
Actually, just a comment and a thank you. This
Absolutely.
means, this helps so much from trying to read those to actually hearing you present it and put it out there so we have a greater understanding of how it's all working out. And as we've changed the teacher licensure to accepting that work sample, we really need to know that those are happening well. So thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Dina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was listening to the committee, the Education Committee, one of the things that was mentioned was student teachers are sometimes knowledgeable about science of reading, but the teacher in which they're placed with is not. Is there something that we can do to ensure that the cooperating teacher in that school district has the same training?
That is training, that is coordinated by the district.
Well, that they have had, they're familiar with science of reading and operate in their classroom with it. Because it seems to me that if you are a student teacher and you're still learning how to implement, and it's our expectation that they be trained in science of reading. So how, is there a way for us to not only ensure, but make certain that they're placed with people who have that training as well, so it's a continuation of their understanding of how to implement and use? Because evidently that's not always happening.
That does get into which cooperating teachers the university can place people with. I think that would be part of the memorandum of understanding between each university and their partner district. I don't know that
I can answer that.
that we could do that, could dictate that.
It's important.
According to our policy, every teacher that teaches reading is supposed to be trained.
Right.
Now, if that's not happening, then our stick is the accreditation process. And so, yeah, I think that's a real concern. If you're gonna be a student teacher, the person that you're working with needs to know what they're doing. And if everybody is following the rules that we have set, that's happening. But I'm sure there are exceptions, and that's probably what they're talking about in the committee, because they love to find exceptions at that committee level. But that's something that we need to make sure that as we are evaluating accreditation processes, that the training actually is taking place. So I think that's the answer. That is an answer. I don't know that that's immediate, but that's supposed to be happening, and that's been supposed to have been happening now for a couple of years. And so I would think that we just have to be vigilant to make sure that happens.
I do know that the student teacher and the university supervisor ideally each review each other, between the cooperating teacher at the district, the student teacher, and the university supervisor. So there would be a way to give that university feedback that maybe somebody is not up on structured literacy before the next student teacher is
And the
assigned to them.
university professor is also supposed to be trained. It's all part of our process.
Catherine, within that process, though, within your review standards, is there anything in those standards related to student teaching that would do what Dina and Jim are mentioning? Or as Jim mentioned, does that have to come through accreditation because you don't get into the placement, we don't get into the placement of a student teacher with a cooperating teacher within the standards?
It's not within the program standards. Within the accreditation standards, it is in accreditation standard 2. But it is looking more at having an experienced cooperating teacher and having a strong co-constructive, co-collaborative partnership with the district. It is not drilling down into the student teaching placement.
If that was something that the state board wanted to put into that standard, what is the process by which they would go through doing that, and the length of time in general?
The accreditation standards, we've currently adopted those from the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation. I don't think they have any interest in changing theirs, so we would have to adjust what the board has adopted. I'm trying to think of other places student teaching is covered in more detail, which would be in the student teaching regulations. But either way, through the accreditation standard of student teaching regulations, that is a regulations change.
Okay. So just to give you an idea, if you wanted to do that, you're looking at a few month process to do that, and then the regulations about a year, year and a half to actually get that regulation, and then there's a period of time to put that in, so.
Any other questions?
I see none.
All right, I will see you in November.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the commissioner for his annual report, and this will take us to lunch. Welcome, Commissioner Randy Watson. I wish he was taking us to lunch.
You're all welcome to my office for lunch. I know that since the policy committee is not meeting, some of you are chomping at the bit because you have a duty-free lunch today. I know you don't know what to do with yourselves. We have some superintendents always join us, and these two people I've known a long time, and so I welcome them. And then I see that I thought Shane was coming down because he couldn't trust what I was going to say in the annual report. I know that's why Beth is here. That she corrected me about, what was it, about 5 o'clock last night. She saved me from some things that I was going to say because I had inverted some numbers. You have a lot of pieces of paper in front of you. So I'm going to try to articulate that for you. But before I do that, you're going to get some more tomorrow. You're actually going to get an update of the board goals annually, and that will be in a packet that you can take with you. But let's just start with what you have in front of you. You have a draft copy of what we call the annual report. And again, you have a lot of things given to you today and reference as you go forward. So this is, looks like this. It probably was passed out this morning to you. And hopefully you can find that. This is Dunbar Communications. The reason it's draft is because there may be something in there that needs to be updated or corrected, and I'll try to go through some of those things with you. But this is a look back. I noticed right off the bat, first of all, how unflattering of a picture is this? Looks like I'm screaming at the kids at Emporia State this past summer, so those of you joined us. But I noticed what a lovely picture of the 3 new people that came on. So anyway, this is just a written kind of summary of looking back, and I wanted you to make sure that you had that. You also have star recognition, which looks like this. I'll be going through that with you, but this gives you a hard copy. By the way, all of these things will also be in your OneDrive, so you can access. So you'll have that also, but this is just a hard copy of that as we go forward. And you also have a notebook that was given to you on the post-secondary effective rate for the school districts in your district. That also, if Danny, you're interested in Dina's district, you can get that online too in the OneDrive, but just because of paper, we wanted to give you yours. It always is tricky when you overlap districts, so if we didn't give you one, let us know. And this is the first time we had to run the new districts. So originally, Kathy ran the old district, said, oh my gosh, I got to run the new ones. And so I think Ann was even going, where's the school district that she no longer represents? And that was probably the reason. So all of those pieces of paper and in your OneDrive, coupled with the PowerPoint that I'm going to present, you'll have full access to and use any way you want. And so this is an annual look back. And then we kind of culminate this activity with our annual conference at the end of the month. And I hope many of you can make that. It's a 3-day conference, starts with assessment. It'll end on Friday at noon, and it's at in Wichita at the Hyatt. But we'll be sharing a lot of this information kind of formally at that time. I know people have said since about July or August. When are you going to release this data? When are you going to release this data? And because schools get academic data and their graduation data so that they can start looking at it to make sure, oh, Jim, maybe there's a teacher or a couple students at South Haven that were coded wrong, and they want to then tell us, and we correct that. So our staff, literally up until yesterday, as I told you, Beth is double checking data with me. Is the data really correct? And that's why we just don't release it until today. It's no other reason that we do it every year at this time. I will always try to give you the most up-to-date data. Some data, like graduation, the class of 23 is still going on until the end of October. If you were in the class of 23, you can still graduate with your class till the end of October. After that time, we still have to make sure, like Topeka, is this right? So it's going to be December, January before we can verify the graduation of 23. So when we look, it'll be 22. Some data will be 23, some data will be 22. But I just want you to know that's the reason, because of different timelines and requirements. So as you look at this data, I'm showing the map for everyone to see. I want you to think about the approximate 45,000 students that you represent. It's a little bit more than that when you consider the private schools. Some of you have more private accredited schools than others. But that's what this is about. And oftentimes, I know you feel this way because I do. We spend our life mired with adults and adult problems and adult issues. And certainly, whether we're talking about standards for preparation of teachers, or we're talking about licensure of teachers, or standards for schools and accreditation, we're all talking about adults that then deliver these services to kids. But at the end of the day, I think we have to all ask ourselves, are we doing the right policies? Are we putting the right levers in place to help students become successful adults? I mean, that's what it's all about. And I'll talk some about that. So when we started this journey, we said it's going to take us 10 years to really get this embedded and done. And then something, we almost don't even want to talk about it. Something happened called COVID, and it really set us back. I was looking, just to be reminded that Mr. Porter, you were talking earlier today or last night, saying, when the average lifespan, of an adult is whatever the age is, but in COVID that went down. For the first time in over 100 years, we weren't living as long because older people were succumbing to COVID, unfortunately. We also saw a dramatic decrease in academic achievement. In ACT, a little bit in SAT, and I always say SAT, only about 9% of our kids take the SAT. So you're talking about the very best and brightest, and that didn't fluctuate much. But we saw a dramatic decrease in ACT and state assessment data. And so as we looked at 23, the question is, not only is that rebounding, but what is happening to those kids that spent that time in there, and how are we doing? So we hope to address that as we think about this work of reading really the success of each student. Just in the last 2 weeks, I've got the distinct opportunity to really kind of spend some one-on-one time with about a dozen students at various times. And it strikes me how different they are. So as you think about this work, and I always like to put in perspective, think about, depending on your age and kind of where you're at, your own kids or your own grandkids or kids that you go to church with, just kids that are intimate, nieces, nephews. And just think about how different every one of those kids are. And then we multiply that times the 500,000 kids. So this is the work that we're trying to do. So let me start with who are in our schools, right? Just demographics. Let's just take a look. So this is public school data, just to stay consistent with how we reported over the last decade. And you can kind of get a snapshot. I'm going to go to the next chart because I want to show you the trends. But this is as of last year on September 20th. This is the data that we're looking at. So let's take a look. Over the last 10 years, the percent of white Caucasian students in our state is dropping. So it was 67 a decade ago. It's now just about 61.5%, 61.6%. You can see it's dropping every year between 0.5% and 1%. It's been fairly consistent over that time, including last year. What you also see is a slight drop in African American population, ever so slight, but it was low to start with, so you're talking about tenths, but it is slowly declining also. So if you look and say, okay, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we were made up more of white Caucasian students and African American students than we are today. So then what has increased? First is, if you go back, I'm going to go back to this demographic, sorry, where it says other, which tells you nothing other than they're not Hispanic, they're not African American, they're not white Caucasian. That other is a combination of Asian, Native American, multiracial. And that group as a whole, while small, has increased about 2%. And when you look at that group, it's primarily in multiracial. Not all, but it's primarily in multiracial. The biggest group, though, that has grown is Hispanic. And that group has grown over 3% over the last decade relative to the students in our school. Recently, and especially if you're in urban areas, so Kathy, I'm going to look to you because I was out west, you know, and if you talk to Garden or Dodge, or I was at Ulysses, and what they'll tell you is now the immigrants coming are more Central American than they are from Mexico. We also are getting a fairly large Ukrainian refugee, especially in the Kansas City area, but also I saw some of that in western Kansas too. So that's just the changing demographics of our student population. This has always been true since the beginning that this country was founded. Is unless you're a Native American, your ancestors came here in some way. And as you know, in the early days, that was generally Western European, Eastern European, but those demographics are shifting, and they're shifting within our student population. So just wanted you to be aware of that. Now let's take a look then at
Can I ask
poverty.
a population,
Yes.
population question?
Yes.
Do you happen to have numbers for how much the overall population has changed? A total number?
I can get that. So I'm going to go just the raw, there's the current raw numbers, Madam Chair. I can get to you what that like decrease in white Caucasians or increase, just pure number. Yes, Michaela will make a note. I'll have that in your Friday notes
Thinking
for you.
total students in our schools. Thank you.
Yes. So then within that student body, this graph going back to 2011, again, trying to take a look at free and reduced lunch. This is the way we measure students in poverty. It's not perfect. It's not perfect because what Betty will tell you, and she's correct, is that many students when they get to high school just don't fill out the application because they go out to lunch or they do other things. So it's not perfect. You can see we peaked in 2014, over 50% of our students were on free or reduced lunch. And that number was slowly declining. And then you see, my gosh, what happened last year? Well, coming out of COVID, the federal government allowed parents to directly certify poverty direct to Medicaid if they were on Medicaid. And we saw it pop because they didn't have to fill out the form. They were on Medicaid, they automatically qualified. That comes off this year, where they'll have to again go back so you'll probably see a slight decline. I talked to Craig this morning. We'll probably see a slight decline. So it's hard to say, did the number go up or was the way in which it was recorded show that it went up. I think that's a legitimate question, but it goes up. In terms of funding then, every one of those students receives additional funding for poverty. When we talk about poverty, we're talking about those students that are measured in this way. This next graph is not perfect till you see it all together because of the way it looks. You're looking at all these orange half moons. But this is English language learners and the percent of English language learners. This is a simple calculation. Dina knows this well. This is simply someone who does not speak English as their first language well enough to pass the KELPA and then be exited out of the program. That's the criteria. I can't speak English well enough to pass the KELPA. We peaked there in 2017, and we've been declining ever since. Part of that decline is because we used to require that you had to pass the test twice to get out, and now you have to pass the test once to exit that program. But here's what's instructive about this, Dennis. When we talk about test scores for English language learners, we're talking about students who do not speak English well enough to pass the test. Once they pass the test, they're put in the general population, if you would, for that analysis. So that's really important. But you can see that's under 10% of our kids still currently do not speak English well enough across the state that they can't score on that KELPA. Here's what we've been talking about a lot recently. This is the percent of special education students, and it's increasing. It's now at the highest that we've ever had recorded from a percent. It's up to 16%. This does this does include severe students. It will now, because of the change in law and change in your regulations, may include students specifically with dyslexia. That's always been a possibility within the category, but we may see an increase. This, as you know, and you discussed when you set your budget priorities, is putting a strain on the system in terms of qualified people to execute this work. I'll talk about that, and Shane will talk about that this afternoon. And the money then that goes to fund this. So again, a student, let's just say a student's autistic and needs a para full-time, and then needs services around social skills and appropriate interaction with kids. That's what the IEP says. That is a federal and state right, and those services get delivered to that student, regardless of the cost, if the IEP team agrees. If it's in excess of what they're getting in special ed funding, they will make up for that out of their general fund. So that's the whole discussion that was taking place yesterday in the interim committee. I know that may take place in the special ed task force, but as that number rises, that can be a concern, and it is going up. It is going up. Again, this is just a snapshot of who's in our schools, and I'd be happy to just pause there. And I may say, Madam Chair, as I walked by the picture of Janet Wall, I was reminded this morning, and then I walked by Danny and others, I will take a break. Okay, there will be a distinguished break when we go to honoring school. So don't rest assured, I'm going to let you have a break before we get to noon. Okay, Madam Chair, any questions you have around the demographics or anything that's unclear that I can help clarify for you?
I have a question, and then I'll go to the next. But I watched the meeting yesterday, and so I'm going to ask the same question that was asked there. Do we know why we seem to be identifying more autism? I think we know about dyslexia, but would you care to offer an explanation as to why those numbers are going up? Are we getting better at identifying students? Are there in fact more students? What has changed, and why are those numbers increasing so much?
I am not the expert because I don't sit with those school psychologists to look at that data. I can certainly get Bert and others here to give you specifically what they see. I'm going to give you anecdotal, which is always scary, all right, because this is not hard data. So, but I've expressed to you that I have a son who's on the spectrum. He's 30 years old now. When he entered elementary school in McPherson, there were 2 students classified autistic. 2. And he's, all right, and I guarantee you there's a lot more now. Now, is that different identification? I don't know. Are we better about it, or are we truly seeing those? I have to get the experts in special ed to tell you that. It appears to me, anecdotally, that's always dangerous, that we have more students with needs on the autism spectrum. And I can tell you anecdotally from the visits I make in schools, they'll tell you that we have more students that are exhibiting severe behavior in terms of acting out. And that's coming out of the pandemic. So I'd be happy to get the experts, though, to spend some time with you in next month, Madam Chair, to really talk about what school psychologists see, so you understand that data better.
Yeah.
I don't think it's, my interpretation is it's not an over-identification. It's really what they're seeing as students with need.
And it would be great, as you mentioned, to dig into that during the Special Education Task Force, which has yet
Absolutely.
to be called.
Absolutely.
Kathy?
On the demographics of the population, where do we get those numbers from? Going back to the way,
That's self, however the student self-describes himself or
totally
herself.
self-student reporting.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
And then on the free reduced, do we know in the past 10 years the changes of what I guess it would be the government is saying that the poverty level must be in order to? So I'm assuming there's been changes in what the annual income of a household has to be to receive those benefits.
That's correct. And yes, and I can get those for you, Micaiah, because it does change. And it also depends on how large your family is, because that chart is, how many are in your family
Right.
dependent. So
Right.
it's a combination of both, but I can certainly get what qualifies for free lunch, what qualifies for reduced, and how that's changed over time for you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that was it. Thank you.
Okay.
Dennis?
I just wondered about English speaking. Is there a chart for the state? I mean, the way different districts, is there a significant difference in the districts as to language barrier from the east part of the state to the west?
Oftentimes, Dennis, I hear, well, this is a western Kansas or an eastern Kansas. I will tell you in general, rural is rural. Southeast rural looks much like western Kansas, or not geography-wise, but student-wise. Urban looks urban, and suburban looks, Maize looks very much like DeSoto, if you would, demographically. So what we see, though, there are pockets where we see more immigration in the state than we do others. So the urban centers tend to see more immigration: Wichita, Topeka, Kansas City, and Southwest Kansas, because of their economy. So Liberal, Dodge, Garden. When you get to the northwest part of the state, I call it above I-70, you see less of that because there are less economies where a large number of immigrants have come to work. Small number on farms, but you don't have the larger dairy farms, the larger meat packing plants that are fairly heavily immigrant workers that come in. So we do see a little bit of difference across the state in that manner.
I guess I'm just wondering, how that affects a district's budget, if that's a big issue. I mean, I hear that, I think, from some of the superintendents and
So there is additional money that goes for students that are limited English language learners. But I know that Betty would tell you in Wichita, on any given day, there's over 100 languages spoken by students in the Wichita district. It's true of the Kansas City, Kansas. If you went to Wyandotte High School today, I think you'd find over 100 languages spoken. So that's different than if you went to Bueller High School, right? They would have some, but they wouldn't have that wide variety. So even though you're getting money, what challenges some of those districts is if you have multiple refugees or immigrants that speak completely different languages, or in some cases, they speak the same language, but a completely different dialect of that language, and then trying to find someone that can help merge that from that language to English is what you probably hear, Dennis, as the real challenge. Because all it takes is one student, and you don't have someone that can really make that resource that then everyone, I think, feels a little strained at that time.
I don't see any other
Okay.
questions.
All right, so now we're going to somewhat shift and talk about, are these students learning anything? Are we making any progress? What are the challenges? And as we look at this, realize that whenever you look at data, which we're going to look at, interpretation of that data becomes very interesting. And I think, you know, some people like to look at it and be critical. Some people like to look at it and jump up and down. I'm going to try to tell you where I think we're really making great progress and where there are still terrific challenges. But realize that anyone that interprets data gives you a bias. It's just inherent in how we do it. So I'm going to remind you of some charts. This is Kansas. Why does education matter to students? All right. So this is census data. This is the average earning if I don't graduate high school in Kansas in the 2021 census. That's if I graduate high school. That's if I get a certificate or an associate degree, and that's if I get a baccalaureate. That's yearly earnings on average. Now, Kathy's going to say to me, Randy, I know someone that didn't graduate high school that makes more than someone that did. Absolutely true, right? We're giving you averages, but you can tell a story in all these categories. But on average, a baccalaureate degree per year is going to almost be double someone that drops out of high school. We like to say, and I think most people have come to this conclusion, well, I'll back up. When my grandparents were going through school, 8th grade education was just fine and just expected. The only reason you went to high school was because you were going to college and your career was going to demand a college. That started to change with my parents, and it certainly has changed now. And remember, what happens to poverty? If you don't graduate high school, that group runs the highest level of poverty in our state, and it drops dramatically by just graduating high school, and it drops again if you go on to earn something beyond high school, and it drops again if you get a baccalaureate, master's, or PhD. But Mr. Porter's going to say, Randy, we don't need every kid to get a master's or PhD or baccalaureate. No, but most kids are going to need to go on beyond high school. So some of the data we look at is this. This is the Georgetown Center on Education and Workforce, several different studies. This is noting the industrial economy. This is what built the car industry, right? This is what built the greatest generation. The middle class, the pathway was less complicated, they say. Most workers could find a really good job right after high school, or they could go to get a baccalaureate degree. This in-between stuff. And you can still do that, by the way. You can still get a great job out of high school. But what Georgetown says, oh, it's more complicated. Today's knowledge and service-based economy, there seems to be 3 pathways. I graduate high school, this certificate, like HVAC, or associate degree, and then baccalaureate, master's, PhD. The note that Georgetown says is none of these pathways guarantee success. Jim, I can't say to you, go get a baccalaureate degree from the University of Kansas and you're going to be successful. There's not a 100% success rate in that. No, none of these pathways guarantee middle-class earnings. But as we saw with the chart, each offers different odds of success. Some of you are playing the lottery right now, because unless it was, did anyone win last night? Was it last night? It's 101.6 billion or something, right? It's a big payout. But no one keeps winning because the odds are really low. But as Jim Carrey said, someone's going to win. I got a chance, right? And so what Georgetown is saying, the odds are now different because good jobs for workers with a high school diploma have shrunk. They're not non-existent. There are just fewer of them. And the middle skills, the certificate has somewhat replaced that skill. So as we think about that, and then your goal, Goal 2, let's increase graduation toward 95% and increase post-secondary effectives toward 70-75. I'm going to share with you graduation, but graduation by itself should never be looked at. Why? Because you want to know, do they have skills when they graduate? So you spent a lot of time doing new graduation requirements that go into effect next year. And so I'm always going to show you both, post-secondary and graduation, because you want to look at both, and then we want to look at some other measures, academic, and are they taking any college classes or certificates. But let's look at graduation, because we saw what happens overall if you do not graduate, your earnings come down, you have less likelihood of even being able to apply for jobs. So let's look at all students. Our goal is 95%. Over the last several years since we started this work, remember going back to 15, 16, we've increased the number of graduates overall by 3.2 percentage points, from 68 or 86.1 to 89.3. So we're excited about that. We're excited about that. Would we like it to be fast? Well, we want to get to 95%. We're excited about that. But now let's look at some subgroups, because we would want the subgroups to also increase at least at the rate of all the kids. Does that make sense? Or some groups are lagging behind. And I can tell you when we started this, we were at 86.1, but all the subgroups were in the 70% of graduating high school. So let's start with those kids that do not speak English upon graduation. That number's gone up 6.7 percentage points. It increased, statisticians call this narrowing the gap between those that have and have not. Our students in poverty as measured by free and reduced lunch have increased by 4.4 percentage points, and students with disabilities by 5.6 percentage points, meaning that gap now is less than when we started this work in 15, 16. That's encouraging. It's encouraging. It doesn't tell the whole story, but it's encouraging, because those students with a high school diploma on average will out-earn, they'll have less social service needs, and they tend to do better as adults. So be happy to stop there, Madam Chair.
Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, this is one of those devil in the detail kind of comments, because nationally, we're hearing that poverty has more than doubled. And that is a trend that I try to see some kind of correlation. If we're showing an increase in skilled professional, high school graduates, this kind of thing, do you know if there is any kind of correlation or basis for those predictions that we're hearing about childhood poverty being just on a dramatic rise?
Well, when we start measuring that at 4 and 5 years old when they enter school, we see only a little bit of an uptick, as I showed you on the free and reduced lunch. So we haven't seen a doubling effect of that. Betty, we've seen a slight increase in measurable poverty within schools.
And to just kind of clarify that, and that was just kind of on a national level. So I do understand that there are some states that would show a higher poverty rate. But when you're listening to the news and you hear the statement that child poverty is more than doubling, it's certainly a concern.
Yes. Thank you. So graduation is up. What are we looking at? The class of 22. Please remember, next year you get to see the class of 23. Actually, I'll share that with you in January. So staff behind me will know, Randy starts, at this time of year walking around going 90%, 90%. Are we at 90%? We don't know. I mean, I don't know. But you can see if you look at that increase, 86 to 90, 89, there are a couple years where we're flat or actually go down. It's not always a linear path, but graduation's up. But that's only one look. We want to know, but do they know anything and are they going on? So remember that Georgetown policy did an analysis of Kansas and said, okay, all right, Jim, if you go apply for a job in Kansas, what are the requirements? And that 73% of the job market in Kansas requires you to have a high school diploma and something else. That something else, again, could be a welding certificate. It could be an associate degree in business. It could be a baccalaureate degree like teaching. That means that 27% of the workforce does not require you in Kansas to have anything beyond high school. All right? Of that 73%, and this is what's, I want, if you've done anything well, it's, you know, you hear these stories nationally. I'll go back to Betty's comment about poverty, about we don't value the trades. We don't value the skilled labor. Well, we do. And I think that message has gotten clear across the state. 37% of the workforce in Kansas requires a baccalaureate, master's, PhD, or a professional degree like a doctor. And we've been very close to hitting that mark for a long time. I'll talk about that in a second. Here's where we've been low. It's in the skilled workforce. The number of plumbers, the number of electricians, the number of HVAC, the number of auto mechanics, restoration, carpenters, skilled labor. That's where we've been lagging, and that's where we're seeing the greatest movement, is in that certificate and 2-year programming. Tech schools enrollment is good, and we're seeing that trend. So that's a good thing. And we may be leading the way. I don't know what other states are doing with that, but that's what we're trying to hit. So overall, how are we doing? Well, again, same time we look at graduation over this year, you can see that we've gone from 44 and we're now at 51. Last year we were at 52. So you see a slight drop. You saw in 2 years we were flat. But overall, we've increased 7 percentage points in 7 years with the number of kids going on beyond high school. Should be excited about that, because that outpaces even the number of students graduating high school, which tell you they're graduating with some kind of skill, because more of them are going on to some kind of post-secondary. But here's the caution, all right? What we already see in the pipeline, and our friends over at the Kansas Board of Regents talk about this all the time. If you look at who's in college right now, I'm going to talk about college, not the 2-year, I'm really talking about 4-year who's in college. We are seeing a decrease in the number of students going on toward the baccalaureate path. Since COVID, we've seen a decrease. So that's not being reflected yet, but that's down the road. And we're seeing a decrease in the number of males going on toward that degree. Now that may invert itself and change literally this year, but in the past couple years, that's what we're seeing. So we need to watch this closely and see if there's any policies that we may want to adjust going forward. But we've increased it by 7 percentage points in 7 years. Graduation's increased 3.2%. All subgroups are up. This is really good news, but we have to be diligent to watch this. And you'll have Kansas Board of Regents here tomorrow. And I'm sure along with the partnership that we're working on, which is reading and helping kids earn something post-secondary, you may want to ask them about what they're seeing in enrollment. And they'll be able to tell you, because they just got that data probably at their meeting this past week. Okay, that's what we know. But do kids, are they learning anything? Can they, because I hear that, oh, these kids today. Dennis, you ever hear that? These kids today, they're not as tough as we were, you know. I often think of football, you know. My dad, for a period of time, wore a leather helmet before he actually got a real helmet. That was tough. I didn't do that. I wore a real helmet. But I think kids are doing well. So let's start with high school students, all right? Here's the chart the Kansas Board of Regents just released to us. This is the thousands of kids who are in high school who take a college class. Now, let me tell you how they may do that. They may actually take a college algebra class at Johnson County Community College. They may go on campus and take the class. They're still in high school, but they actually drive to Benedictine College and take a class. Or they may be part of Senate Bill 155 and they're going to a tech school and taking their credit that way. But in 2023, more students earned college credit than ever in the history that we recorded this. How do you do that work if you don't have skill? I don't think you can. And so you see that after the COVID, you see that drop, but now you see in 2023, that's rebounded. That represents approximately just under 50% of the juniors and seniors. Tomorrow, you're going to talk about a partnership to try to even move this even faster because of the economic conditions. So that's the number of students earning high school credit. But how much credit are they earning? Well, here's how much total credit they're earning. Past year, they earned 306,000 credit hours. To give you an idea, if you do your quick math, Michelle said her husband can do that in his head. I didn't, Michelle. I used a calculator actually to do this. That's just under 9 credit hour average per student. Now, we know some students graduate with 20 hours, 30 hours, 60 hours, and some may only have 1. But the average of those 35,000 students are earning just under 9 credit hours in school. Research is clear. If a student can earn approximately 12 to 15 credit hours in high school and do so successfully, they're more likely to go on to post-secondary. And you'll hear about that tomorrow with the work that we're trying to do with KBOR. So I back up because graduation's up, post-secondary going and attainment's up, and also are the number of kids taking classes in high school. Again, these could be tech classes or traditional college classes, and more credits are being earned. A lot more credits being earned. And the other thing I want to share you, because you hear this a lot, yeah, but when they get to Kansas State, they can't get put in regular classes, right, Dina? They're all in remedial courses because we didn't do a good enough job. Well, so let's exclude the adults. Like, I'm old. If I go back to school and someone says, Randy, remember I'm a history major. Randy, you're going to have to take college algebra again. I'm in trouble. I'm just going to tell you because that's all the math I had to take in college, and that was almost 50 years ago. So I'm going to have to study. If I have to take more history classes, I have a better chance. So what we took out, this is Kansas Board of Regents data, we're just looking at high school students that immediately go to school. Does that make sense? Not 40-year-olds that go back. And do they have to go into remedial courses? Community college. So I go to Cali County Community College. I go to Independence Community College. In 2010, almost 40%, almost 4 in 10 kids had to take a remedial course. And guess what it was in 2010? And guess what it was? Math. College algebra. I may have taken elementary algebra, then I had to take intermediate algebra before I ever got to college algebra. Okay, much more so than English or reading. And so where was it? The most recent numbers from KBOR's 2021, that number's dropped to 27.4. So it's dropped. Jim, what's the class most kids need remedial work with in 2021? Not surprising. It's the same, college algebra. So KBOR will talk tomorrow. They're examining. College algebra was set up for kids that needed to go into engineering. A lot of students that aren't going into that may not need, so there's a lot of work on that. What if I go directly though to Pittsburgh State or Fort Hays State? Well, in 2010, 15% of those kids that arrived needed remedial work. And this is a drain on the system because they remediate and then you have to, by the way, you know this, Jim, you know that. You get credit for that class, but it does not count for your degree if you're in a remedial course. 2010, 15%, 2021, 8.9. Those numbers have decreased. So graduation's up, post-secondary going, it's a little flat, but it's up over 7%. More kids in high school taking dual credit concurrent enrollment, Senate Bill 155, and they're averaging 9 credits each, and the remedial rate's gone down. Those are all good signs. Those are all strong signs that your work and others' work are making a difference. Now, is 27% too high? Yes. We agree with that, right? There's a lot more work to do, but it's 12% lower than it was a decade ago. And so we're making progress, but we're going to have to make more. Your graduation requirements and some of the work are going to indicate that we need to make more. So, in general, what are the factors related to successful high school graduation? How about you show up? Right? We were just talking about that, Michelle. I show up, I go to school, and I'm ready to learn. We're going to talk about that because too many kids are not showing up. But I got to come to school if I'm going to learn. Learning and having academic success leads to future success. I need to be successful in school and I need to learn. I need to learn and have success in those Kansas Can competencies. I need to learn how to set goals. I need to learn perseverance. I need to learn those skills. Now, those are big buckets, but I need to do that. I need to do that well. So I'm going to take a look, first of all, are we coming to school? You remember this, straight out of the research. Children who are chronically absent in preschool, kindergarten, and first grade are much less likely to read at grade level by third grade. By the way, they're much less likely to graduate high school, and they're much less likely to go on. How much do we talk about reading, all right? Can't read, you're not going to learn to read. Chronic absenteeism, just to remind you, this is missing more than 10% of the days of school. So if a school district's in session 170 days a year, this is talking about a student that misses more than 17 days of school a year. Okay? Not because in high school they were on the FFA trip. That's not what we're talking about. So, as we look at this and we go back in time, in 2018, pre-pandemic, statewide we're at 13%. And if you want to, as you talk to school districts, what's the magic number? Drive this number below 10%. We have to get students to school. By the way, I'm going to tell you that disproportionately, these are students in poverty. These are students not doing well in school. So you can see in 2019 and 2020, that number's basically the same. It doesn't move. And then post-COVID, look what happens. 21. But look at what happened a year ago. A quarter of our kids were missing 10% of the days of school. And I'm going to show you direct correlation to then their achievement and then their future. Now here's the good news. Not as good as I wanted to report to you, Mr. Porter. We dropped it. I say we, this is all the work of the school districts you represent. Dina, you're living in a school district, Salina, represented by Dennis, that has worked so hard on this one factor, trying to help parents and kids understand on a 2-week cycle. Lynn Exline could just give you great information. But we've got to drop that way down. We're still 8% higher than we were pre-pandemic. That's thousands of kids that are missing a lot of school. Not a little bit, a lot of school. So we dropped it about 4%. I like that trend, but let's talk. Every time you're out, how are we doing? What support do you need? Is there anything we need to do as a state board to help encourage the dropping of the chronic absenteeism? Because you can't learn if you're not there. And we're headed toward a break here pretty quick. Again, your goal, to decrease the percent of students scoring in level 1 on state assessments and increase the percent of students scoring in levels 3 and 4. Yes, sure.
And pause now. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Washington, as far as getting them to school, we don't yet know. They might be, because of COVID and they were locked down, Then they started experiencing things where they were getting out and experiencing and going to places and learning things by actually going to see things or going to see parts of history or going to see things with their parents and their family. We don't know yet on assessments if just because we're getting them to school in the school building, maybe by a reward or, hey, we're going to give you a reward for being here today, doesn't mean necessarily they're engaged in what's happening in the school. You're there, you're getting the seat time, and the school's getting the money for that, but doesn't mean that the child's engaged or they're just there. We've given them some type of an incentive to be there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're engaged in imparting knowledge and all that good stuff that's going on. And we won't know that yet because they haven't taken the assessment yet.
Yeah, correct, but, so we never know level of engagement at 11:20 in Coffeyville, Kansas in 4th grade or 8th grade. We don't know that engagement level. But I'm gonna share with you some data, Michelle, that clearly says that these students, again, overall, are our lowest performing students in school that are missing school. And that the students that are doing well in school tend not to miss school. And again, there are exceptions to that. But I don't know that if a student comes, whether they're engaged. I don't think we see that. But I'm going to share with you some encouraging data around that.
Kathy?
Have we been able to somehow ask the question of the families of these children or the students themselves, why? I mean, do we have any feedback on why are we mentally completely checked out to the point of not being in the building? Like,
We don't have any formal data where we've surveyed. So again, this is anecdotal as I talk to school districts. Combination. Post-COVID, my kid would go, I don't want to go to school. I had a family tell me today, well, we let our kids take mental health days. Okay, but that may not have been done before. I think some would say there's not a priority on school in some households. I think it's a variety of reasons, and we don't survey to know exactly, Kathy.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
I have a follow-up there too.
Okay.
I'd be really curious to see a breakdown of this for elementary, middle, and high school.
I can show you.
Because I think about the childcare situation.
Yes.
And if you've got, essentially, if you don't have an option for transportation, if you don't have an option for childcare for younger kids and you've got elementary age kids at home, that could be part of it. But on a technicality, I am curious. If I call the school and say my child is excused today because I'm taking them to go see a historical site or whatever, if I excuse them, that absence doesn't count towards this, right?
Oh, it does.
It does count?
It does. But I want to be clear. I'm going to show you some data. That's not the kids that are in this number in great amounts.
Okay.
All right, when we look at the kids doing the best in school, yes, their parents take them out to go to a museum. Yes, they go on a trip, but they don't miss this much of school. I mean, are there exceptions, Madam Chair? Yes, but when we see it as a group, no, and I'll show you that.
Okay, thank you.
So again, we're trying to decrease level 1, increase 3 and 4. We're not teaching to a test. We're not teaching to a test. We're trying to teach the standards. This is not No Child Left Behind where we're just artificially trying to go. Was it Ann or Betty?
Betty?
Okay.
Okay, this is such a rhetorical statement, but I feel the need to keep harping on that. When we get data, and I feel like it's an overload. When I brought up about hearing nationally, this is doubled, and then we see our figure, which is less significant. And of course, I think it pretty much reinforces why people are not paying data as much attention, because we have such a great conflict. That's not to say this is inaccurate or maybe this is being perceived differently. What concerns me when we put so much of our conversation on data is how do you get the community, the individuals, to receive this information where it is constructive. If I am optimistic, then when you say graduation rate is going up, I go, yeah, it is. If I am pessimistic and you say, well, absenteeism is, chronic absenteeism is on the rise, I go, yeah, that's probably why we're not seeing them graduate, even though your numbers show the contrary. So what concerns me more so than just hearing all of these percentages is how do we package this in such a way that it is received where we are moving forward? That's
Yeah, that's
the billion-dollar
it
question,
is.
right?
It
Yeah.
is. And as I said, Betty, before I started, I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture of this. I'm not trying to paint a dismal picture. I'm really trying to tell you, as we look at the data and our researchers and our team that looks at the data, what are we seeing, and what are the strengths and what are the challenges ahead? And I think what you've said is, how do we communicate that effectively then to parents and the public?
Right, because I'm not saying that there's the fault in what you're saying. I receive that, I hear that, but what concerns me is where it will really make a difference, how that information is being received. We can talk all day long, and unless we can get the public, our Kansans on board with this is really what's happening, then it just all seems to just be a waste. Or as my favorite Beverly Hillbillies guy says, it's all for naught.
That sums it up right now. In the great words of the Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah. Yes, you're right. So I want to walk back. I'm going to share with you then state assessment scores, which is one measure. But before I do that, I want to walk back, especially for those that just came on the board a year ago. When Education Next in 2009 graded all states, they graded as a D in the rigor of our standards. This was in the No Child Left Behind era. Said, man, these are easy. Anyone can pass. These standards are so easy. By 2017, when we revised those, they said you have an A. So the first work we had to do was completely revise the standards. That happened in 15 and 16 over that period of time. Just to let you know, when you look at this as a state, they said Kansas then is 6 overall in the country in the rigor of our standards, gave us an overall A, and you can see that. And the states in the green, they gave an overall A to in the rigor of their standards. Now, I'm going to go through this quick because many of you have seen this work before. And then when we did the assessment, really hard to read, the NAEP proficiencies in the gray, if you want to know where Kansas is, that's the highest. This is 8th grade reading. And the NAEP said that these are the highest cut scores on an assessment in the nation. And then when you look at mathematics in 8th grade, you see the same thing. Highest cut scores in the nation. I only give you that as a preview because that's the standards we've asked our kids to learn. Dina and Jim this morning asked about reading at all. We want structured literacy in the science of reading. Pretty high standard, right? We're going to set a high standard. So I liken this. Many of us have gone to a middle school track meet. There's a lot of things that can be painful if you have kids in middle school. And a track meet, if you ever watch the 400-meter dash in a Kansas win. But if I go watch the high jump and I set the opening height at 1 foot, how many kids will jump over it, and how long will that track meet go into the night? If I start at 6 feet, how many kids will jump over? None, likely. And we get out, oh, we're done. No one won anything. And so the balance is, what's the level of rigor that we think kids need to be successful? Kansas teachers set this at that pace because they said, if you want to be successful, to go on to graduate high school and go on, this is the level you need. It wasn't set so that that every kid was going to jump over it. All right. Now that's what we did several years ago. Now I'm going to kind of put all this together in this chart that you've seen many times, but now I'm giving you another grade. This are the classes of 2017, 2018, 2019, when they were sophomores, and then we followed them out and said, okay, you scored level 1 in English and mathematics. You scored level 2. You scored level 3. You scored level 4. 1's the lowest you can score. 4's the highest. What we know is kids in Kansas, this kind of gets, Michelle, to your question, kids in Kansas that scored level 2 over those 3 years, over 100,000 Kansas kids graduated 10% greater than those kids that scored in level 1. And those kids in level 1 are disproportionate to poverty and kids that are absent from school. There's more chronic absenteeism in level 1 than in level 4 by a great factor. You can see that difference gets greater as you go to 3 and 4. And then when we look at post-secondary, I've shared this data with you, there's a 25% difference between 2 and 3. So simply moving kids out of level 1 academically raises, we think, the probability they will graduate high school and raises the opportunity that they can go on to the military or they can go on to be an electrician. It doesn't 100% say it's going to happen. It increases the odds. So does moving from 2 to 3, 3 to 4. That's why when you say your goal is get out of level 1, come to school, get out of level 1. Once you're out of level 1, let's get you over time to 3 and 4, but let's get you out of level 1 because it will open more doors for you. All right, it will open more doors. And I want to just show you this clip, and then I'll take questions, all right? This is a clip. I don't know if any of you like to watch CBS Sunday Morning. I do some Sunday mornings. This is a clip from a few years ago that I think kind of speaks to this, learning reading and learning to do this work well.
You couldn't read. You had a very thick Bahamian accent.
I did.
And you decide to try and become an actor?
I did.
Why did you go that route? It kind of makes no sense.
I had no way of knowing that there is a madness to what I'm trying to do.
After a disastrous audition with the American Negro Theater, where Poitier could barely read the script, an act of kindness at his job as a dishwasher changed his life.
One of the waiters, a Jewish guy, elderly man. I had a newspaper, and he walked over to me, and he looked at me, and he said, "What's new in the paper?" And I looked up at this man, and I said to him, "I can't tell you what's up in the paper." I said, "because I can't read very well." He says, "Let me ask you something. Would you like me to read with you?"
Wow.
I said to him, "Yes, if you like." Now let me tell you something. Every night, the place is closed. Everyone's gone. And he sat there with me, week after week after week. I learned a lot. And then things began to happen.
So one of the most distinguished actors of our time, immigrant, didn't know how to read. Someone said, let's work on that weeks and weeks every night. But paid off, right? So academics, we know, there's thousands of stories like this, thousands of stories. Now, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Betty.
Okay. One of the things, and when I talk to you about not looking at numbers, but kind of what the perception is public-wise, I got a preschool skills checklist. This is before you go into kindergarten. Can write name using a capital letter for the first letter, knows all the letter names, knows 10 or more letter sounds. It goes on and on. And I'm not going to try to read this off, but I do want to make a point from this. So I have many people say it wouldn't be a problem if they hadn't changed the curriculum. This is what I learned in kindergarten. It wasn't a skill that I had to have going into kindergarten. So the perception can be, and is with many people, is that obviously if you continue to change the curriculum, then your goal is to make sure that there are a number of people that are not successful. We don't deal with those kinds of beliefs and issues. And until we can not necessarily look at numbers, but understand when we have people that, students that are staying at this level versus moving up, that there are some factors that aren't measured by some type of test. When you have a pervasive belief that had you not changed the curriculum, these kids would have been successful, then we're not doing anything to move them. So what concerns me isn't necessarily the data. I appreciate that. But I sit here and I wonder, from a real world perspective, what are we really doing to make a difference? You showed a clip, wonderful clip. Somebody took this person under their wing. When do we start taking kids like this under our wing and understand that there's a belief somewhere that's presenting that obstacle? And until we start looking at education through those lenses, we're going to always have minorities that are not progressing. When we look at chronic absenteeism, did it ever occur to us that maybe because they couldn't do these kinds of things, because their family had the expectation, this is what you learn in kindergarten, that maybe we are contributing to chronic absenteeism? I am not trying to put the blame on the institution of education. I am not, because I am one that believes in and strongly advocates for. I am just saying that there are some real world problems that until we can start looking at some data in those areas, that we might be able to start impacting a change. And that's not a lecture, and it's not minimizing what we do. That's just somebody that advocates for the least, the last, and the left out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to share some more data, Betty, with you. Ben's going to talk, and Jay are going to talk to you this afternoon about just how we get about doing that in a systematic way. So let's look at state assessments. Are state assessments the exact measure of academic? No. They're one measure, all right? Please, they're one measure, but they're an important measure. And guess what? They've been decreasing, especially in COVID, free fall. You've been concerned. We've all been concerned. Everyone in school's been concerned. So let's look at the 23 data. You're going to see each grade level and what's happened in level 1 and levels 3 and 4. And this is language arts. So your goal, we want to decrease the number of students in level 1. So that decrease, this is, Kathy, this almost reads backwards in my brain, because I want to think increase is better. In level 1, decrease is better. In levels 3 and 4, increase is better. And when we do that, in general, more kids then have better opportunities to graduate and go on and be successful. You can see, I'll summarize this for you in a second. You can see that we tested a total of 7 grades. We found the following success with students. no grade level increased in level 1 across the state. Did we have some schools, Danny? Yes. But across the state, no grade level increase in percent of students in level 1. That is good news. Second, no grade level saw a decrease in the percent of students in levels 3 and 4 in language arts. In English language arts, 5 out of the 7 grade levels saw a decrease in level 1 and the other 2 stayed the same. Have you been working on this? Like over lunch, you need to do some kind of dance around the Capitol, around, the block as you get your exercise in on a lovely fall day. And in 6 of the 7 grade levels, we saw an increase in levels 3 and 4 in language arts. Are there too many kids in level 1? Yes. Yes. But I say it's everyone in schools that are doing this work. Families too, Betty. We're all doing this work. We decreased in 5 out of 7 grades, and we increased in 6 out of 7 grades in language arts. How about mathematics? Across the country, Betty, you mentioned, math fell worse than language arts. People are saying, what happened? Well, in Kansas, here's what happened this year. Again, decreased in level 1 is what we want to see. Increased in 3 and 4 is what we want to see. That's by the grade levels that we assessed. Here's a summary that we saw this past year. No grade level decreased in level 1. Not any of them. No grade level decreased in levels 3 and 4. In 5 out of 7, just like in language arts, we saw a decrease in level 1. And in every single grade level in mathematics, we saw an increase in levels 3 and 4. In fact, level 4 is the highest since we moved to the new standards in 2015-16. And are too many kids in level 1 in mathematics, Danny? Yes. That's the challenge, right? Even though we're going in the right direction, we have to double down. Again, Ben and Jay will talk about that as it relates to KISA. But I wanted you to know that that is exciting news. And before you take your break, please, Jim brought it up as it related to Pitt and Dina as it related to student teaching. We have to commit to all of our teachers have to be trained in the science of reading and structured literacy. You're offering $15 million to do this work. It is extremely hard. It's 2 years to do it. It's time consuming. And you're going to hear from teachers this afternoon that are veteran teachers that have done it. As I hear from veteran teachers saying, thank you for making me go do it because I learned some things that are new. You know who, these are the people that are eligible, including administrators, anyone that's working with elementary or pre-K teachers or anyone, we can do that. And so I come back, what should school districts do right now, pre-K-12, lower our chronic absenteeism. Let's figure out how we can help families get kids to school. Please move students academically out of level 1. How do you do that? Well, first, you raise the level of academic rigor and high expectations. The chair and I were having a conversation just before we came down to the meeting about you have to expect more out of our kids. And when you do that, many of them will rise to that occasion. You teach to level 3 and 4 every single day, and then you help remediate those that can't get there, but you don't teach below that level. You have to raise that rigor, and you have to help them develop. If they can't self-regulate, and they're running around the street, and we got to get them to do those skills really well. All right, way overdue. You need a break. Some of you are looking at me like, I want snacks, I want to go to the restroom. All right. When you come back from your break, I know it will be lunch, I want to go over with you the school districts in our state you have a packet of that are really knocking it out of the park and that you want to congratulate when we come back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Board members, do you want to take 5 minutes and hustle back so we can hurry to lunch, or do you want 10? If you want 10, wave your hand. 5's good. All right, we'll see you back here at 11:50.
transition to those school districts doing a good job in a lot of different areas. As you know, we take a look at 8 areas that either measure some things or research has shown will improve those outcomes. Some of those we call quantitative, meaning they're hard number things that we can measure. Other things like qualitative are things that school districts apply to. We call this star recognition. I just want to go over with you. We award in 5 different levels, starting with copper, individually for school districts leading to gold. Diamond is reserved for any school district that would get in all 8 areas gold. There's no one that achieves at that level, but we set this bar really high. You're going to see in some cases, we have no school districts at a gold level. All right, this is really high. But I always ask this of you. How many of you have known an Olympian, someone that was in the Olympics? Okay. Like, I wasn't even a very good high school athlete. So let's put things in perspective. To win a medal in the Olympics is really hard, right? And we think about the ones that win multiple gold. It started in my generation. What I remember was 72 Olympics, Mark Spitz in swimming. And now, you know, we think about Simone Biles in gymnastics, right? And she's just so good because we've had these people that just win gold after gold. But it's really hard to get to the Olympics. It's really hard to sit on the medal stand. Every one of these school districts I'm going to go through today deserve recognition because they're standing on the medal stand. And it's not easy to get on the medal stand in any of these areas. So let's just start with graduation. Again, our goal is 95%. You can see the districts that have achieved at various levels getting up to 95%. And then I'm going to go through these really quick. But before I do this, if you say to yourself, Kathy, I know a district that has 100% graduation rate, why aren't they on the list? Because remember I told you they have to also learn something to be on the list. So on that book that you have that shows the post-secondary, if that school district is below their predictive value, meaning we're graduating kids, but they don't know enough to go on below that predictive value, then they're not recognized by us in this award category. So that's our protection of that. So again, I'm not going to make a comment. These are alphabetical. So Michelle, don't think this is in rank order of who's the best to the worst within the category. I have some people do that, Ann, from time to time. It's alphabetical. Private school, public school. Danny, only the private schools we accredit because the other private schools don't give us any data. We have no idea how they're doing, good, bad, or indifferent. So these are school districts above 95% graduation. Okay, here's the rest of that list. So, and again, you have this and we'll give this to you. This will also be in your OneDrive. Let's look at post-secondary. Here we're trying to get to over 70%. In copper, 114 school districts, that's above 50%. This is above, this is academics. So here we're trying to get to 75% to get gold. 75% of all of your kids need to be at levels 3 and 4. Okay? There are no gold. There are no gold. The bronze that you're seeing here, those are school districts that have over 50% of their kids in levels 3 and 4. Because remember, we set the standards really high, and now to get this award's really high. But we do have some silver, which are over 60% of their kids doing well. When you see this, you're going to notice something here with silver. There's 2 private schools, again alphabetical, and there's 2 public. What do you notice? Trick question. Not a trick question. Anyone notice? This is what you don't do in school, which is a choral response, meaning anyone can respond and shout it out, which means I have no clear way to measure your understanding. You know what all these have in common that the rest don't? No, well, they are, 2 of those private schools are very small. You're right. So is Haviland. Fort Leavenworth is a little bit larger. None of these have a high school. And so they're either K5 or K8, K9 in the case of Fort Leavenworth. So high school tends to diminish the opportunity for all those grades to do well. I just throw that out, but there doesn't minimize their recognition. They deserve to be recognized. Now we look at post-secondary effectiveness. 42 school districts were 50 to 55, 44, 55 to 59. 48 districts were 60%. What does that mean? 60% of their kids are graduating and going on to earn something else. And then here were the school districts above 70%. It's not easy to get here. By the way, the reason you're seeing Blue Valley USD 229, Michelle, is because if we don't, I have to stop and think, used to be Dina, maybe Danny now. Danny has what we call Little Blue Valley. Is it north of Manhattan, and you have Big Blue Valley, but they're just different districts. So we identify those districts. These districts had over 70% on a 5-year average sending their kids beyond high school. So we commend them. The Commissioner's Award is those school districts that maybe aren't achieving at the highest level, but when you look at that predictive value and the risk factors, they're doing above what we would expect them to do. So here's your stats class in 1 minute. If we all took an exam and you weren't prepared, meaning we didn't teach you the content, we would score what's called a normal distribution. Most of us would be somewhere in the middle. A few of you would do very poorly, and a few of you would be exceptional. That's the old bell-shaped curve. Some of you may remember some college professors that graded on the curve, but the bell-shaped curve. We have some school districts, though, that are doing better than we predict. We call that the Commissioner's Award. We have some school districts doing a lot better than we would predict. We call that with honors, Commissioner Award with honors. And guess what? We have a handful of districts that are 2 standard deviations, meaning they're far exceeding what we would expect of them. So to give you an idea, 45 school districts are doing better than we would predict, get the Commissioner's Award. 30 are doing significantly better, that's 75 total. And look at this, and I'm going to be going to every one of these school districts soon. Here are the school districts that are highest distinction, meaning they are doing 2 standard deviations better than what we would have predicted. And see, they're all over the state. So that makes my travels a little more difficult in planning. Michaela she has to figure that out for me. And then some of the qualitative individual plans of study, 20 districts at copper, 14 at bronze. Silver level, we have a handful of districts, as you can see here, 4. And only 1 school district, gold level. So what's the difference between a gold level and every other private? Well, they have every part of an IPS, including really working with families and kids to make it happen. It's not seen in every place, but that school district's doing it really, really well. Social emotional growth, our Kansas CAN competencies, 16 districts at copper, 24 at bronze. Silver level, here are the school districts at the silver level. And there are no gold in that category. Kindergarten readiness, 15 districts at copper, and I'll give you the bronze. There are the bronze. And what we're going to see in kindergarten readiness is very similar, where we don't see anyone at the silver or gold levels. And then finally, civic engagement, 6 at copper. And then here are the ones at the bronze level. These are the school districts really working to civically engage their children well. We have no silver, but we do have some gold. Southeast of Saline, near Dina, but in Dennis's district, and Southern Lyon County, which Jim Porter exclusively now, right? No, that's Dina. See, I'm still learning your districts too. Yeah. Okay, finally, and then we'll get you to lunch. Now we've taken a look at, there are 8 areas you can be recognized. What school districts are being recognized in 4 of the 8? That's a lot. Meaning, these are multiple winners, right? Again, like our Olympic, they weren't on the medal stand once, they were on there 4 times. So let's start with that. Recognized in 4 areas. Again, alphabetical. So these are school districts doing some really, really good work. Private, public, we have a number of them. By the way, not everyone gets on the medal stand. It's really hard to do. So when you're in these districts, please congratulate them. And again, you have this in your packet, and you'll have this on the PowerPoint. How about districts that did it in 5 areas? So, right? 5. Just heard from one of those this morning, the Wildcats at Mound Ridge. Good friend, Cody Ryerson. I remember Cody in middle school. That tell you, it goes back a ways. Anyway, he and his family, they're recognized in 5 areas as the rest of these school districts. How about 6? I was on the medal stand 6 times. We have a handful. Again, Central Kansas, Western Kansas. Can we call Hayes Western Kansas, Kathy? I'm always hesitant. Okay, we're going to call them Western Kansas today. And then Eastern, Northeastern Kansas. 7. I'm on the medal stand 7 times. 2 school districts. Basehor, Linwood, Northeast Kansas, and North Central Kansas, Concordia. And finally, all 8 for the 2nd year in a row, returning Southern Lyon County. And we can't even give Mike Argerbright all the credit because he retired. So the tradition continues in Opie, Hartford, and those school districts. And it's 3 minutes after noon. I'd be happy to answer any questions. You have all this data. You'll have it electronically. I'm happy to answer any questions for you. But that's a kind of an annual report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Board members, any questions? I think they want to go to lunch. I don't see any.
I know. And again, you're welcome to my office. I have peanuts. That's, well, you know, can't get too good. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be in recess until 1:30. welcome back. And welcome John Calvert for the results of the Firearm Safety Training Curriculum Survey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Watson. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you here real quick just about the Firearm Safety Curriculum Survey that we put out a few months ago into our districts. I want to provide a little bit of background. In 2018, Senate Bill 109, Section 76, put together those 9 school safety standards. It does say that it's during the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2019. But we did put together those 9 standards strictly out of Senate Bill 109, Section 76. And standard number 9 deals with the firearms training. And it says, again, straight out of the bill, if a district elects to provide firearms safety education, students in K-5 shall be based on Eddie Eagle or other evidence-based programs. Grades 6 through 8 shall be based on either Eddie Eagle, Hunter's Education Safety in our schools, or other evidence-based programs. And then students enrolled in 9 through 12 shall be based on Hunter's Education in our schools with the Kansas Wildlife Parks and Tourism, or other evidence-based programs. So that's kind of where we started 5 years ago. This survey was requested during your meeting in June of this year. We put together a survey, sent it to you. It was approved for distribution in July, and right after that July meeting, we did send it out. I am so excited to report to you that we actually collected responses from all 286 districts here, and which you guys know, especially in July and August. It's a very, very busy time for our schools. So big shout out to all of our districts in the state of Kansas for completing this survey and getting us the answers. The results, we had 242 districts respond and say, no, we don't offer any kind of firearm safety curriculum in our schools. We had 44 yeses. Those included 38 of the Hunter's Education in our schools by the Kansas Wildlife Parks and Tourism. 6 responded other. And what that meant was I did some investigation there and contacted those districts, and they confirmed, 3 of them confirmed that they used Hunter's Education for clubs or trap shooting. 2 of them use Student Athlete Firearms Education, or the SAFE program, for their trap shooting club, and that is provided through the Kansas State High School Clay Target League. And then 1 district said that they used their school resource officer to help teach Eddie Eagle in the elementary schools. And so that is all 286 districts here in the state of Kansas. Again, that was done at a very, very busy time for our schools, so I appreciate the work that they put forward to answer that survey for us and get that back so that we could best report that back to you. And that is all I have as far as the safety curriculum survey. So I will stand for questions if you have any, or help with any discussions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ann Ma.
Thank you, and thank you, John, for taking this on, anticipating that it'd probably be could be a legislative issue next session. I thought it'd be helpful to know. And I think, just to make it clear, when they did the first school safety bill, the $5 million, the idea was if you were going to use some of that $5 million and teach hunter safety, these are the guidelines. So it was their money, but it's not a general curriculum thing, and that's why it went away, because it was a proviso in a budget bill, and a proviso in a budget bill disappears the next year. So this requirement that they had is no longer actually law. We left it in our safety standards, and frankly, I don't have a problem with it, because you can use just about anything you want. It's not as restrictive as the bill they ran last year. And everybody seems to be, if they want to do a program, they're doing a program, and most of them are using wildlife and parks. So I don't really have a problem just leaving things as they are unless somebody else does. Thank you.
Danny.
I kind of go along with Ann. I don't want to see the legislature legislate what's going on with gun safety. So if a school wants to have it, great. If they don't, that's great too. And then what are we doing with the data we collected?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The data that we've collected here on this survey has been given to the board, and if you elect that we should do something different with that, or you'd like to see something else, I'm open to doing whatever the board requests and to help out where we can. But right now, it's just housed internally with the board, because the board is the one who requested it.
I don't see any more questions. I'm impressed that you got 100% of districts, right?
100%. And that is a shout out again to our administrators, our superintendents, our fantastic leaders here in the state of Kansas who just go above and beyond all the time for our kids. And so again, appreciate them. If you would have told me I would have had all 286 as fast as I did, I'd have told you, it's a busy time of year, but they did a great job, and I appreciate them, and I appreciate the work that the board is doing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Thank you for the report. That was quicker than I expected. Let me grab the next one here. We're going to welcome Dr. Jay Scott to act on Accreditation Review Council's August recommendations for KISA. Hello.
So this is the latest round of Accreditation Review Council Systems Accreditation Recommendations. So we will jump right in. You know that KISA 1.0, this first cycle, as we draw to a close on that, KISA 1.0 started in the 17-18 school year. It moved to the system level accreditation as opposed to being at the building level. It was a 5-year cycle. Systems were able to choose the year in which they would go before the ARC. So we had a large disparity in the number of systems that were going through the ARC each year. I need to actually change that information. We are very close to wrapping up the entire first cycle of KISA. In fact, all of the systems that you will see by the end of today, this will be it. So will there still be action to take next month? There will be some action to take next month, but at least as a receive item, you will have seen all of the systems. So the KISA responsibilities, these are the major players in KISA, the system. They document the process, they account for their results. The outside visitation team, or that's that external collaborator group that makes a report to the ARC, that works with the system, meets with them yearly. The Accreditation Review Council is the actual body of educators that review the systems of the accountability report, their process report, the OVT report, and then they make this recommendation to the state board, and then obviously the state board makes the determination. So it is a 5-year process. Again, those systems are able to choose which year they went through the ARC. So years 1 through 4 really consist of meeting with the outside visitation team at least once on site, and then the yearly system reports and the OVT chair reports were also turned in on a yearly basis. And then in year 5, the accreditation year, the ARC takes all that documentation, reviews it, and then makes a recommendation to the board. And they also write the executive summary that you all get to take a look at. Accredited, as it stands right now, accredited means that systems have an evidence of results, student outcomes. They also can show evidence of a quality process, and they are also in compliance. Conditionally accredited, there's insufficient evidence in either the student results side or the process side. And then, but also to be conditionally accredited, you still need to be in compliance. And then not accredited is insufficient evidence in both student results and process, or by itself not in compliance. So these 4 systems, and then one system that I'll talk about, were received at the September board meeting. And so we have for action today, 499 Galena and St. John's Lutheran Elementary. Those were both recommended to be fully accredited. Then 462 Central Burden, conditionally accredited, and Christ the King in Kansas City, conditionally accredited. So those were the 2 accredited, 2 conditionally accredited. Urban Prep Academy, there's been a situation that's unfolded that I want to remove Urban Prep from the vote today. Their school leader has been in the hospital, has had some health issues, and really hasn't had an opportunity to respond to this. We usually work with systems as we build towards this. I know this was a receive item last month. You have the executive summary, but I think to do our due diligence, would need for him to return to work, and then we could work with him through that process. So in November, I would either bring this back to you. The other option is potentially that Urban Prep could submit a letter of withdrawal from KISA. So those are the options, and we want to make sure that they have time to think through those options. So the only systems you would be acting on today would be these first 4 that I shared. And I'm happy to stand for any questions on any of these today for action.
I hope that you would bring us something different than what we saw last month. So it's disappointing. I'm sad to hear that he's been in the hospital, but I'm pleased that we will not be taking that vote today. So thank you for making that happen. Danny, did you have a?
Thank you. So if a school doesn't want to be accredited, what's the downfall there? If they just don't want to be accredited?
So a private school would have that option. Public school would not. Private schools would have that option. And so in Urban Prep's case, 3 years ago, they wanted to be in KISA. At this point, it may not be a good fit for them, so they submit a letter of withdrawal, officially withdrawing from KISA.
And so why does a public school have to be accredited?
That's a state board responsibility. All the public schools in the state of Kansas must be accredited through the state board.
Or they don't get what?
Or they're not accredited.
Betty?
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status as recommended by the ARC as presented.
Second from Dina. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, raise your hand. That appears to be a 10-0 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So these are the systems for receive, and these are the last systems to complete the 22-23 school year. So West Elk and Winfield are recommended as conditionally accredited. So these are receive items, so these would be for vote for next month. So here's where I need to do some explaining. Healy and Lake Mary Center is a special purpose school in Paola. They were actually through the ARC the year before last, 21-22. They were recommended and the board approved that they would both be, Healy and Lake Mary Center were conditionally accredited. When a system is conditionally accredited, the next year we have a redetermination. We don't leave systems on conditionally accredited in perpetuity, right? We say after a year's time, you come back before the ARC and then come back before the board. Healy and Lake Mary Center both submitted information that addressed the areas for improvement that were identified for them to be conditionally accredited. They submitted that to the ARC. The ARC reviewed it, and the ARC is making the recommendation to the state board to basically switch them from being conditionally accredited to fully accredited. So that would require a vote in November for these systems to be redetermined as from conditionally accredited to accredited. Any questions on that? And then this is for information only because these are redeterminations where the ARC said they need to continue as conditionally accredited, right? Continue to work towards meeting those areas for improvement. So that would be Liberal and Lawrence Gardner High School. They would maintain their conditional status, which means this is just information for the board, not be voting on that. And then this is just also an information only. Meridazine Valley was requested last year. The board voted to fully accredit Meridazine, but with the stipulation that they would be reviewed again this year in 22-23. So the ARC did review Meridazine Valley and has decided that they should maintain their accredited status as well. So another information only.
Couple of questions here. I think, Jim, did you have your hand raised?
Surprise. The question was just brought up a moment ago by Danny. What are the consequences of not being accredited? Randy, can you speak to that?
At that time, the school district or the private system, if it's a private system and voluntary, is not in good standing. And so in the public sector, you would have some options. You could do a takeover. The state would take over the school district, similar to what Texas did with the Houston School District, or Missouri has done. You could take action to dissolve the district and split it, recommend splitting it up. There are a whole host of options that would be available to you. We've never had a school district not accredited. As I've said to you before, if we get to a place to not accredit any school district on the public side because private could pull out, Danny, we have all failed. That school, local board, the patrons, us, because our job is to try to help them not be in a position to get to that stage, Jim. But those would be the options to you. So conditional is as you saying, you've got some deficiencies. We're wanting to help you remedy those so you don't end up there.
Thank you.
Betty?
If we could go back, you had Lake Mary Center, and I'm not sure if I'm correct, that's a specialized school, which is unique. And is their process a little different since they are unique?
Yes, I mean, in terms of offering and instruction and educational services, it's very different. But for the purposes of KISA, they still answer the same questions systems do, right, around their foundational structures. They account for those, all those things that we look for. And on the results side, that's where we are in the middle of meeting with our special purpose schools to get some feedback from them on what they feel like would be maybe more appropriate student outcomes. So we have already entered into that conversation with them. We'll be meeting with them in actually November to shore that up and to continue those conversations because, yeah, you're asking the right question. There are a lot of, I think, the ways that those students go through education, right? It's not probably your typical that leads to your typical outcomes.
I had kind of wondered about that because when we look at results, you couldn't necessarily compare those to just general ed. Right. And do we have, are you looking at different standards then that you would compare the results, or are those already in place?
Well, obviously anything that we would talk about with the special purpose schools, we'd want to share with the board to make sure the board was good with that. So really we've started at what is a common positive outcome for students in your program, right? Some it's graduating, some it's completing a program outside of school. I mean, there's a lot of diversity in the outcomes for students based on their unique situation and their unique learning. So I think we've just got to stay open to some of those, but we haven't gotten down into specifics yet in terms of standards.
I'm really focused on that particular one simply because, and I did get an opportunity to visit them, and they are so incredibly unique in what they offer, and even with the outcomes of the students, just totally different. And I did not know what kind of benchmark we'd be using for a school that is so unique.
That's why we're meeting with them, because
Okay.
right, they know their kids, they know what when those kids show up every day, what they're bringing to the table. And so talking to that group, especially about what is success for your kids as they complete your program, and really getting feedback on that.
And
I'd be
so-
anxious to share that with the board.
Okay, so once you get that, then we'll have an opportunity to hear what standards you came up with on that, correct? I mean, I think that's what you just said.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Betty.
Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. J, when, just timing wise, these, with the learning pause we're gonna have next year, right? I mean,
This year is actually the learning year. Yep.
okay. Does that change something with the conditional accreditation? How does that?
No, it really
it?
doesn't. Those areas for improvement, I think, would also align with where we're going with the next version of KISA. So it's really, you know, in the case of some of these, it's a results-based area for improvement. That's a long-term endeavor to improve that. And those are not changing, right? Our quantitative outcomes are still our quantitative outcomes. Okay. So they're still working through that. There may be a few things, Dennis, that as we move into KISA 2.0 in 24-25, that we may feel like doesn't fit so much from KISA 1.0 to 2.0 in terms of the process side. So we'll have to take that on as we go. All the systems that have been voted on to be conditionally accredited by the board this year, or 22-23, will be redetermined next year in the summer. So
Okay.
we'll be bringing those back.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the case of urban prep, they didn't get they didn't ask to be into the process in like 3 years.
Till 2020,
2020.
the spring of 2020.
So will that change things for them if they decide to stay in the process?
No, they present a different approach. Their areas for improvement are really around compliance. They're not in compliance.
Okay. Right.
And those are not changing as well. Compliance is staying the same
Right.
moving forward.
Right, the standard's still there. Okay.
Don't see any more questions.
Well, excellent. Thank you. So I will transition now from one version of KISA to the next. There we go. Okay, so back in July, came before the board and we talked about what we're thinking about. We had the learning year. The board approved the learning year. We all know this is a transition year between KISA 1.0 and 2.0. And so now we want to present to the board very clearly around what we are asking the board to approve in December around accreditation. And so today we're going to talk a lot about school improvement and accreditation and its relationship. Ben is going to be up here in just a second to walk through really the fundamental side. But there are two things to approve. We're asking the state board to approve in December. Number one is that the fundamentals, the 4 fundamentals, serve as the basis for school improvement in Kansas. School improvement in Kansas, we want to make synonymous with accreditation. I'll talk more about that. So in essence, what we're saying is improving the fundamentals to be the basis for school improvement in Kansas, and they would also serve as the basis for an accreditation determination, in addition to student results and compliance. So that would be what we're asking for in terms of approval of the fundamentals piece. And then also approving the annual review process for accreditation. And I'll walk the board through that today. We would ask, in the interest of time, Madam Chair, if all questions could be saved until we are done presenting, and then we will take the time to weigh in on your questions. Yep.
And just as a reminder, so we have this month, you'll have it again in November, we vote in December unless you don't want to vote. And if you want, after today, we can also do some Zoom sessions if you find that beneficial. Don't want to take your time if it doesn't.
Appreciate that. Okay, with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Ben Proctor.
Thank you, Dr. J. I always refer to J as Kansas's own Dr. J. So, if you're a basketball fan, that is. I have to admit, I always get anxious when I'm doing any public speaking of any sort, but certainly with the state board, and I feel a little more anxious maybe than normal because we're not, the presentation that you'll hear today isn't Jay and Ben. It's really representative of a lot of people. And I was just reflecting on that as I was walking over lunch, that we spent, I think, maybe 4+ hours with the team just going over the actual presentation that we're giving to you today. Just walking through to make sure that there's clarity, that we're communicating in an effective manner, and that it's very reflective of the team approach that we've taken throughout this work. And we want to do a really good job today of representing that team and the ideas that have been presented, because I think there's a lot to it. And I believe in this work, and I think just to kind of premise some of the things that we're going to be talking about, I believe that in my time in education, something that I found to be true is that quality instruction matters, and teaching and learning in our classroom matters, and great teachers are invaluable, and leadership matters, and that it's all about people. You know, as I think about our education system, it comes back to good people. And while rules and regulations and accreditation are important, what we want to capture today in our work is that it's about elevating people. It's about elevating teachers and leaders, and ultimately helping to elevate trajectory for kids. You know, going back to what Dr. Watson shared with us this morning about making sure that all doors are open. But I want to just start by giving you a little bit of background information that I know you're familiar with, but we're talking about accreditation. We're talking about school improvement, and as Jay said, we want to make some strong connections between those two things today. And accreditation in Kansas is a responsibility of the State Board of Education. I actually want to read that responsibility just for background information. And the statute number, for those that keep track, is 72-6479. It just says, in order to accomplish the mission for Kansas education, the State Board of Education shall design and adopt a school performance accreditation system based upon improvement in performance that reflects high academic standards and is measurable. And for me, that was just an important point of reference as I think about that responsibility. Think about improvement and academic performance and those things that go into that. It's a big responsibility that we have, and we've taken that responsibility on. And I put a few additional thoughts here as we think about the Kansas Education Accreditation or Systems Accreditation model as we've known it. I can speak from experience in school systems, and certainly in my time here at the State Department, that it has created expectations. And it has created a sense of accountability. It is a very known element in our state and has produced very positive things. And then Jay's going to walk you through some of the learning experiences that we've had over this last really 6 years. And we want to be able to distinguish what we've learned from where we think we can go based on what we've learned. And then, as Jay mentioned, a desire to create connections between school improvement, and we're going to work to really define what that means. What does school improvement mean in Kansas? And if we can define what that is, I think we can start to really pursue that. And we believe that there shouldn't be this dynamic that we often hear about where we do school improvement over here and we do anything related to accreditation over here. We don't feel like there should be this separation of the work, and that we can come alongside systems. A lot of that is centered or premised in this idea of support. And again, doing my best to reflect the desires of our team and the team approach that we've taken. When we can bring those things together, when we can bring school improvement as we define it and accreditation together, we believe we can create a more coherent network or system of support, because we have a very focused direction. And I think that's a difference for me, is that we're talking about being very focused. I think as we start to walk through this, one of the things that I want to make sure that I convey is there's a sense of narrowing the focus, but it's not a narrowed focus. That the work is in of itself is not a narrow set of things. And we're going to talk about that as we go. So a few things just to, again, kind of set the stage for what we are and are not doing. We don't have any desire to change our vision in Kansas. As a matter of fact, I really appreciate the work that went into the statement and the identification of the word each. I like that word, and I was, again, just kind of reflecting on what we're proposing and how I believe it is all about each student. And I think when I think about the actual ideas that we'll present to you, I believe that those fundamental things, those elements, are what each child deserves to experience when they are in our school systems. And we'll talk about that as we go through. But we have a strong vision, and we have strong established state board outcomes and capacities that we want our children to achieve. And we believe, our team believes, that based on our best professional judgment, our experiences, the expertise that team brings, that this best positions us to achieve our vision. And I really appreciate what Dr. Watson shared today. There's some real positive indicators. But to lead the world means that we have to become very intentional about our work. And it's really about the work, going back to that people part. Mr. Ferguson mentioned, I think it was at the last board meeting, a reminder about responsibilities associated with the Rose capacities. And I, again, just jotted down a note, and I'm going to read it just based on that, what that responsibility actually says. So it says, the Kansas State Board of Education is to design subjects and areas of instruction to achieve the goal established by the legislature, providing every child with at least the following capacities. And you can see on the screen what those Rose capacities are. They've been around, at least established by legislation since 2014. And as you look at them, there's a kind of a well-roundedness, I think, that goes into these different characteristics, or what those qualifiers are for what we want our kids to know and be able to do. As you think about communication skills and an understanding of how our systems work, political systems, economic systems, governmental processes, and physical and mental wellness, arts and appreciation for the world around us, and then just a level of preparation so that our kids, our young people, can go on and find success in what can be kind of a tough world and compete for what can be, difficult jobs and things of that nature. We believe that as we look at these Rose capacities and the responsibility that we have to create that well-roundedness and prepare our kids to be competitive and to find success in the world, a lot of these are grounded in standards that you set, that the state board approves. Again, what we want our kids to know and to be able to do. And we believe that creating a strong foundation where kids can really find who they are. The time I've spent in education, there's one or two really fundamental beliefs I have, and that is, one is that our kids have all this talent and ability, and they've got gifts, and we have to create an environment where we can help them find those things. And I think we have to establish a foundation to be able to do that, and then prepare them so that they can be successful. As we think about that foundation, the way we would define that is through this idea of fundamentals. So you've seen these a time or two. They were developed by, or at least elevated, certainly they've been around for a while, but elevated and really identified by our school improvement team that consists of a lot of folks here in the Division of Learning Services and across the Kansas State Department of Education. And we see these as the straightest line possible. This is one of our teammates' descriptors of kind of how we see these things in relation to the outcomes that we want for kids. We see it as a straight line, or the straightest line possible to achieving those outcomes. We see these as very high leverage, meaning that when you focus attention, intentional attention, on the things that promote effective literacy instruction, that you're positioning kids very well to achieve. And Dr. Watson talked about that. We know the importance of quality literacy instruction, and the same with identification of what we want kids to know and be able to do, and then using data to make adjustments in quality instruction. These are interconnected. We've had meetings where we've tried to even find ways to separate them, and the people who have expertise say you can't do that. You can't have a quality literacy instructional program without knowing your standards and without using data. And if you're not bringing a quality instruction into a classroom that reflects high expectations for our kids, it doesn't work. And so we see all of them interconnected and that they all reinforce one another, which I think is a really good thing. I describe these as bipartisan. So Jay's going to talk a little bit about a lot of engagements that we've engaged in over the past several weeks and what we're looking forward to in the future. I say several weeks, it's really been probably the last year, but a lot of work over the past several weeks. And I talk to a lot of parents. I know a lot of parents because I'm a parent and I've got kids in school. And a lot of times I just test things out on them. You know, what do you think? Are we on the right track? Because people ask me, what in the world do you do every day? So I tell them, we focus here. And it seems to make sense, right? Whether you're an educator or a parent or a community member that maybe just wants what's best for our young people, I think we have something that makes sense. Sometimes I hear people say, again, this idea that it's too narrow. There's so many other things that we need to account for as well. And having been in schools for a long time, there are a lot of things that schools should account for. But I think what we're proposing and what you'll hear not only today but over the next several months is that in order to achieve what I think we can achieve and best position kids for success, I do think it takes a focused approach. Sometimes I hear when we look at these things, we're just talking about academics or we're just talking about improving state assessments. And I don't think that's the case. I think we're talking about the interactions of our adults with our young people. And I think we're talking about instruction and learning environments. And if we want kids to know and be able to do things, then we need to teach them how to know those things and be able to do those things. And again, we don't have a perfect model. I don't know that those exist. But I think we have a model that we can find very useful, that we can support. We can do really good work and see progress right away. And we want to move that model through our accreditation system. And that's what Dr. J is going to talk about.
So part of Ben and I's shtick is he calls me Dr. J, and then I get up and say, who more closely resembles physically Dr. J? Okay, so that's part of our shtick. As I start talking about just this connection between school improvement and accreditation, I think this is a key piece. And I really appreciate Dr. Watson bringing it back to our students. And they're not just numbers, they're students, right? And we're working towards creating better outcomes for our students. That's what this is all about. If we want to do that and do that more effectively, in my opinion, we have to align the work of accreditation that a system's doing with the work that they're doing for school improvement. And as been articulated, in some systems, those are not the same thing, right? So we talked to one superintendent who basically said, we talked to him about this process, he basically said, we're going to do school improvement regardless of what you make us do from Topeka. We're going to do school improvement. So that's what we want. We want systems to be working on school improvement. And we heard enough over the life of the first cycle of KISA that we're spending so much time documenting the process that we're doing, and we're accounting for so many things. It's taking away time from what we really need to focus on, and that's school improvement. Improving classroom instruction, those 4 fundamental areas. By the way, those are research-based. Research-based. It's not just Ben and Jay cooking something up, right? We've got experts in this agency. We've got research organizations that are saying these are proven research-based practices. So I think it's really important that we aspire to make accreditation synonymous with school improvement. So there's no duplicity. It's all about school improvement, and that's also the work of accreditation. I also want to make note that this model you will not find in any other state. How states do accreditation is wildly different. Dr. Jake Steele's done a lot of research into that, and what we're proposing really doesn't exist in any other state. So this is unique. I kind of like that part about it. We're pioneering some things, but really in a lot of states, accreditation is, do you have these things in place? Now go do the work of school improvement. That's not what we're doing. And I think to Ben's point, we need to capitalize on the inherent accountability and the significance of accreditation. The state board has made being accredited mean something. You have made that happen. We need to continue to capitalize on that moving forward to really drive and improve student outcomes. So this is just a quick synopsis of KISA 1.0. I go through this every time we talk about the new ARC recommendations, but this is just a little different vein. So KISA 1.0 started out as the 5 R's. And this may be new to some of our newer board members, but the 5 R's are listed there. And basically systems were to choose 2 of those that are not results, right? The results was there, but they had to choose 2 of rigor, relationships, relevance, and responsive culture to focus on in accreditation. So those are very broad categories. If you think about relationships, think about all the relationships in a school system, right? Very, very broad. But it did give some direction, right? It did give some direction. The KISA 1.0 also included the OVT, which really was, for most of the cycle, was the only accountability partner, support connector, right, feedback provider, that OVT with the system. Was really the only one during the 4 years of that model. And then the ARC comes in the accreditation year and provides support and accountability. And as you all well know, the systems chose their accreditation year. So they were preparing for, here's our year 5 out here. We're preparing for that, right? And so we had some systems, I think, that fell into the model of you do certain things in year 1, year 2, year 3. And I think that's something, if we talk about school improvement, you know that it's not linear like that. So as Ben mentioned, we've been doing an evaluation of KISA 1.0. In the fall of 2021, we started with a pilot. We wanted to test this idea of bringing systems in a region together to collaborate on KISA, on accreditation. So we had 11 systems volunteer across 3 different regions. We met for the better part, I think we met 5 times the first year, 2 times the second year, and really found out what's most effective in terms of when peers are together, peer systems are together collaborating, right? We learned a lot from that process. Those systems really dug into the process. We had good returns, good reviews of that process. We learned a lot. So a lot of that's informing our regional model as we move forward. In spring of 2022, we convened several focus groups across the state and asked some basic questions about how we can improve KISA. And you've heard this before, the themes that we learned from that were really around clarity, consistency, and redundancy, those issues. But that has also informed this new model. And then as Ben mentioned, in the last month or so, we've really been having a lot of these discussions with superintendents mainly. Now we're branching out into, well, we've met with curriculum leaders. We're getting in front of teachers. We're getting in front of parents and in front of students. So we're excited about those engagements coming up and excited to bring that feedback to the board in November in terms of the feedback that we're receiving. And then December of 2023, we will ask the board to act on the fundamentals being part of the accreditation model, right? And then that annual review process for accreditation that I'll take you through here in just a second. What have we learned over the course of this evaluation of KISA 1.0? Again, the clarity issue, what does it mean to be accredited? When you're asking for process, evidence of a process, that's a lot, right? There's a very broad range of things. Consistency in the application of the criteria to be accredited, process, results, and then redundancy issues, mainly reporting was the issue with the redundancy piece. So we've talked about this as well, established gaps between school improvement and accreditation. I would say that KISA 1.0, one of the things we heard from systems was we need help. And the response from us a lot of times was, we're going to look at your results, right? And then make an evaluation of that. And then we'll come up with a plan to help you move forward. But that would only happen in the accreditation year. What about systems that chose their accreditation year of 22-23, but they had gaps in their first year? In 17-18, they had gaps. Where was our response to that? We didn't respond to it until they were in their accreditation year 5 years later. So increasing that response system, that's a big part of our KISA 2.0, the annual review process. And then this is well established as well, but a high degree of variability in the OVT model. Everything from a very high functioning OVT, we had a system on this morning that said, no matter what you do, we're keeping our OVT. We said, that's great. Keep them. Keep working with that system or with those OVT members. To all the way down to systems that were calling us last year, we can't find anybody to be on our OVT. That system is not sustainable. We need to think differently around how peer collaboration can take place. So our response with the annual review process, so this is the other part the board would be acting on in December. We want to focus on a few high leverage practices, the fundamentals, that we can fully support, that we can be more immediate in our response. We can connect systems to the support they need if they're looking at improving their effective literacy instruction, for example. We want to create a more dynamic yearly accreditation review process that allows for that rapid response to system needs. And we also need to heighten our expectations. I think KISA has high expectations now for process and results. Now we're going to heighten those expectations, but it's around the fundamental practices. And let's be honest, I didn't like practicing tackling in football practice, but that's a fundamental piece that you have to have down. This is hard work. This is going to be very hard work. We need to maintain high expectations for these are the steps to take to really be high functioning in these fundamental practice areas. And along with that, reinforce those high expectations with accountability and support on a yearly basis. So KISA 1.0 and KISA 2.0, what's staying the same? Well, as Ben mentioned, the vision continues to drive us. The state board outcomes, those are staying the same, right? We're not changing those. That's still at the core of this. It's still at the system level. We're still saying we need to maintain high expectations, and compliance is still part of the model. Still must be in compliance. So those are the things that we're asking to stay the same. KISA 1.0 had the 5 R's. KISA 2.0, we would move from these broad categories down to specific adult behavior actions, fundamental practices in systems. The OVT and the ARC were really providing that support and accountability, where in this new model we would have peers, experts, KSDE, and the ARC providing that support and accountability on a yearly basis. And as systems were able to choose their accreditation year for the ARC review in the first cycle, what we would propose is this, that as systems are working through on a yearly basis, if they are making progress in implementing their action plan for the 4 fundamental areas, if they are making progress in student results in terms of the state board outcomes, if they are making progress in compliance or they're in compliance, those systems would not need to be reviewed by the ARC. They would remain accredited year to year as long as they're making progress. If systems are not, and I know the question is, well, what is making progress? We're going to get to that. right? We're not there yet. If a system's not making progress in their student results, in implementing the 4 fundamental practices, they're not taking the steps necessary to do those things, they're not in compliance, then we would say the ARC needs to review that system. We need another set of eyes to review that system. So that's what we're asking the board to act on really in December, is that first bullet point under KISA 2.0, the 4 fundamentals would be part of the basis, the core of accreditation, and that the ARC would review systems based on the progress being made by those systems on a yearly basis. So again, we're asking the same thing of the board that we started with, that approval of the fundamentals as a basis for school improvement, and then approval of the annual review process for accreditation. We know there are a lot of questions still around this to be answered. We'll continue to dive into those questions, but at a high level, we need the board's approval to move forward in these areas before we build out a lot of those things that need to be part of the model. So in the November state board meeting, we would again present basically the same information, the fundamentals, the annual review process as receive items. We would also bring to the board a summary of the feedback that we're hearing from all these groups that we're talking to, right, over the last month and a half. And that would be the November state board meeting. So that, Madam Chair, is what we have. We're happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Dr. J. So what I hear is that this is our opportunity to really poke some holes in this, and that we would be doing you a favor if we bring on some of the tough questions sooner than later, so that we can make that progression through November and December. Is that
That would be
accurate?
very, very helpful. I think the Zoom meetings that we had last week were very helpful to the small groups of board members, very helpful. I know in between board meetings, there's been communication, so yes, please poke holes in it. That's what this part of the build is about. Yep,
All right.
thank you.
Well, Betty, you're first.
Thank you. Okay. This is going to be just a little bit outside, but I'm going to bring it all back. When we talked about accreditation and being measurable, my question will focus on that now. Let me start off with, we've heard over and over and over, especially from larger districts, that the assessment is a one-day picture, does not necessarily reflect what a student's ability may or may not be. And I'm sure you've heard that. I certainly have heard that. So this is what concerns me. If we are looking at moving level 1 to level 2, from level 2 hopefully to level 3, does it not occur to you that maybe we need to look at that word measurable? Maybe we need to associate it with just a quick snapshot? If there is some validity in you just took a picture of one day, then the possibility that maybe the level 1s and the level 2s might have had a bad day. But I don't hear of us looking at this from those kinds of lenses. What can we do if level 1s are scoring, staying there, and level 2s, and we're seeing very little movement, and our goal is to get everybody up to a certain point? Why would we not look at maybe there's some validity of instead of that one-day snapshot, well, let's take a picture 3 times or 4 times. I mean, and I'm serious when I ask this, because I think somewhere I read about doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results is a picture.
That's the balanced assessment. It's one of the 4 fundamentals.
So my point being, is there a time when we might look at perhaps those that maybe are in that area, that the level 1s or level 2s, to test that and see if there's any kind of validity to maybe, if we did this, we may see something different. I'm just curious as to what your take is on that.
So Ben and I were talking over the lunch break, and he mentioned your comment about this morning about how can this data be constructive as opposed to maybe punitive? I think when you mention a picture, I think right now what the board is seeing in the accountability report is a limited picture of what's actually going on in that district. When we're getting to the 4 fundamental practices and really looking deeply in those focused a few things, we're going to get a better picture of what's taking place. From those fundamental practices, you mentioned 3 times a year instead of once, right? What if the interim assessments were something that we looked at, right? That were looked at and talked about and communicated about within the accreditation model. That's not happening right now, right? Unless the system reports that to us. But there's no conversation. So one of the things we're talking about are what we call these leading indicators that you are implementing this fundamental practice really, really well. And let's just be honest, that's the hardest thing to measure in schools, is how impactful a strategy is, right? And you can't wait until that lag measure of the state assessment, right, or graduation to look at the impact. So this idea of building out leading indicators that schools can look to on a more, takes place more often, right, where they can look at that data and be able to make instructional decisions based on that. And we would actually be part of that conversation.
And let me just add this, because I honestly know how hard teachers, districts are working. You know, I go in these buildings, I see these kids learning amazing things. And of course, I'm concerned that all of this in Group A is not being reflected, so to speak. And of course, my concern would be then, what kinds of things do we need to look at, to change, to tweak, to alter, to add on, so that what's happening here is reflected here?
Very good.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think one of the 4 fundamentals is, you might want to go back to that slide because you guys keep changing the words, but balanced assessments used to be in there, which is exactly what Betty's talking about. That's one of the 4 fundamentals that'll be looked at. Now is number 3 balanced assessment? I think you guys should put balanced assessments back in there. That using data to inform instruction, to me, doesn't mean much, but balanced assessments. And we have a chart on our website that shows what balanced assessments are. So anyway, I'd go back that way. But that's exactly what we're talking about, is using more than that one test. But so walk me through, I have a pretty good feeling how it works now, but if I'm a school district, and they're all going to be the same now, we have an annual, right? It's not a 5-year thing, we're looking at things every year. What does a year look like assessment or accreditation-wise for a district?
So we would have a KISA check-in, right, where accreditation and design team members would meet with that system individually. That check-in would be focused on the action plan that system has in place around the 4 fundamentals.
Wait a minute. So at some point, somebody had to help me develop an action plan around the 4 fundamentals.
Yes.
So we got to back up. When would that take place?
That would take place at the time when we would have systems come together as peers, but also experts. And those experts would help each system develop and not just say this is what you need to do. It would be a co-created action plan between experts and the system, very clear objective steps to take to do those fundamental practices very, very well.
They all bring their, like say we have 5 schools meeting, they all bring their data they've collected, and that day with experts, they analyze the data and develop an action plan? Or do they try to do that at home? And when is this? Is this like the fall of '24?
Well, the way that we're thinking about it now, those would have to take place throughout the year,
What year?
fall and spring.
Oh,
Because if you just look at the numbers, if we
yeah.
have no more than 5 systems
Right.
present, you know, in a regional location, just with the numbers that we have, we're gonna have to have those days throughout the year.
So okay, let's say we're into 24, 25. It's going to take all year, basically, to get the schools through the piece of developing an action plan. Right?
Well, the first step that we see happening is assessing the needs where you are, your current state in those 4 fundamental practices. That's gonna take some time. That's really, sorry.
And you have to have a rubric developed already so they can assess that, right, which we don't have.
So, again, a lot of these things that will be created in the future, we don't wanna start creating those until the board says this is the direction to go.
Well, let's say we got the go in December.
Yep.
Okay, got the go in December. When do we develop the rubrics to help them assess where they are in the 4 fundamentals?
Yeah, as Ben and I talked about today, our teams are ready to go. They are ready to go and start building these things out.
Are you going to use the accreditation advisory team to do that? Because they're really sharp. I mean,
Absolutely.
they did the first set. Okay, let's say they could get that all done in the spring of this year. They built the rubrics for how to assess where you are on the 4 fundamentals. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just throw your hand up when you want me to stop.
There's another, so when you come to the end of this one, we'll pause and I can come back to you.
Well, we may have to finish this later, but okay, so let's say we developed some rubrics in the spring of 24, and then then there's this step. So is the 24-25 year going to be used just to help them develop the action plans?
That's the idea right now, but again, we want to make sure we've got really tight protocols and training in place for those peer collaborations, right, and experts.
You mean
and
training
really,
the experts?
What's that?
You mean training the experts?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll have to, there'll be extensive training around that.
Yeah, just
make
like
that
the
day.
OVT. Okay, so then I'm just trying to see the timeline, because we're talking really about having to go over across the street and tell them why we didn't actually accredit anybody for 2 or 3 years, probably, right?
Well, yeah, sure, Joe.
Jay and I didn't work on our tag team answer approach, but so we do feel like we have to build some capacity. We would begin the new model in 24-25. We do feel like, just based on that capacity build, that it's going to take some time. It's going to take time with districts. However, what I would say is that we need to take the time that's necessary to be able to do it right. And so the building of the protocol, we're ready to do that work now. As a matter of fact, I would describe it as a team that's chomping at the bit to do that. We also have some research-based firms that want to support us in that work, that understand what we're proposing. It's going to take a little bit of time to execute the plan, certainly. But I think what we'll find as we do that, and we attach ourselves to high leverage action, which we find the fundamentals to be those things, that when we can start to identify what those gaps are, we can start promoting and supporting the very high leverage actions that are truly going to change the outcome. So while there is a little bit of time, as we think about this year as we build, next year as we start to execute and feel like we need to take advantage of a full year to be able to build those action plans, I think the richness of what we're able to provide and the data that we're able to collect on where those gaps are going to pay off as we move forward. So there's a trade-off to it, certainly.
Yeah.
But as I think about, just one last really quick point, the investment in having people who, across our state, who have expertise in an area like literacy, early literacy. As I sat down with experts in that area, because I'm not one, and I asked them, what has to happen for us to truly evaluate a systems implementation of a literacy program if we're going to truly embrace structured literacy and change trajectory for kids in terms of reading? They said it has to be a conversation. I have to be able to sit down and have a conversation with that system to help build that capacity. Giving them a rubric, and we tried that. That's where we started, was trying to create that perfect form that we could give a system. Maybe if I'm the superintendent, you give that to me, and even though we've got some literacy experts, it wasn't, that expert team said it's just not enough, that we have to have a conversation. So the investment in the conversation takes more time. But
No,
I think it's going
I
to.
get all that,
Yeah.
but that just means we have to have a whole bunch more people trained in structured literacy to be able to have that conversation
And
with the district.
that's growing right now as we speak.
So 24, 25 is basically everybody getting their action plan together.
I think there's a lot of action that'll be occurring between now and then. That's when we mobilize our system. I mean, there's thousands of teachers being trained in structured literacy right now.
Right.
The work has already begun. We're just talking about the mobilization of a new, long-standing, research-based approach to ensuring accountability around a smaller number of things. So it's not the absence of work. As a matter of fact, there's every school system is doing a degree of each of these things now. It's just taking the time to make sure that our structure and our supports can be provided, so it's not disjointed and it's very focused.
Well, don't get me wrong, I get the idea of doing fewer things better, okay? I get that. I just don't want anybody to think this is going to be in place next year and we're going to be rolling, because it's going to be a long time and it's still not clear how anybody, I keep calling it get sent to the office, but how anybody winds up before the ARC to be considered whether or not they're conditionally accredited, but we can talk about that later.
We want to be able to create that clarity, Madam Chair, and I think that's the protocol bill, that as soon as we feel like the state board says, we think this model is the model we want to pursue, we're ready to build that and be able to answer that question.
Yep. More questions for you. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a lot I'd said in the meeting the other day. We had our hour meeting and went on for about probably 40 minutes because I heard, words like reduce limitations, higher levels of support, maximize our opportunities. And then when we started getting into more, details on that, we want to make sure they're a good listener. I paused and I thought, well, how do I know as a teacher if I have a good listener? Am I looking for cues? Is it objective how they're being a good listener? Because I'm thinking some people retain the information, take it home, dissect it a little bit, research it a little bit. You're not going to really know, with every child, how they imparted that knowledge in the classroom. So you could have 3 different individuals in a classroom. They're not going to come up with the same conclusion or even the same results, because they're taking that knowledge in the classroom differently based off of their experience, their culture, where they grew up, their experiences. And we want that. So what we really want to get down to, in my opinion, is we want to get down to, are they able to read, to research the knowledge, to go out and find out if the information they're getting in the classroom is the truth, is it factual? Where do I go seek that information to get more information, to find out if what they're telling me about this happened on this day? Can I read to go find the knowledge myself and find out if that's a fact? So we want to, hopefully these assessments are measuring, like you have 4 points on one of the questions, and you'll figure out a sentence structure. Do they know the grammar? Do they understand that there was a misspelled word? Is there a comma and quotation in the right spot? Those are things that we want. It's objective rather than subjective, because I don't see the assessments. I don't know what's on the assessments. But I can see homework, I can see quizzes, I can see tests. So your snapshot, some people aren't taking assessments, the state assessments, and some are just focusing on the locality of what's going on in that classroom, in that building at that given time. So I'm trying to figure out, we talk about these big words, but then I'm thinking, how does it keep it local and keep instruction and curriculum local and yet make everybody successful with the basic fundamentals of learning the math, the arithmetic, the reading, and everything like that. That's what I want to. If we're going to throw in firearm safety and curriculum like that, they better be understanding what the Second Amendment is, and those two go hand in hand. You can't just teach firearm safety and then not understand what the Second Amendment is in the United States of America, in my opinion. So we're putting in firearm safety, we better be putting in the curriculum about the Second Amendment and understanding what that means in America. Those are the kind of things that make me nervous as far as teaching to a standard that's maybe national or state standard that needs to stay more local and be more localized within that community.
I would just quickly say, I think that when I think about bullet number 2 specifically, and I think about that term standard, I think that is a community conversation. I think it is having conversations, engaging your local community. What is it that we want our kids to know and be able to do? I use the example of listening just because I think that's a skill that a lot of us are deficient in. I know I am. I think as a teacher, instructionally, I can help them understand, or our kids understand, what do good listeners do? And I think about some of the strategies that I saw in classrooms around paraphrasing. You know, when I hear somebody say something, can I say it back to them in a way that's not using the exact words but captures the meaning? I think there's a lot of instructional practice that goes into that. If that's a skill that your community said, we want really good listeners, not because we want, to know that what we're saying is changing the belief of a child, but that they can take in information just like reading. That's one way that we can acquire information and use that information, inform ourselves in the best way possible. So, but I agree. I think that what these things do, it positions us very well for community-wide conversations about what it is we want our kids to know and to be able to do.
Jim McNeese.
Well, I've been here quite a while. I just want you to promise me you'll get this work done before I leave. Because we've been talking about this since as long as I've been sitting here. Well, I was sitting over there once, but okay.
Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of probably stepping into a little bit of where Ann is at. When we say, I guess for me, I need what's the starting position. So I heard action plan. So is that the baseline that districts will be starting from to build school improvement from? Because we're saying, because what I'm hearing is school improvement is becoming accreditation. Like you're making them synonymous. So obviously we have to start from somewhere to say we've improved. So is that where the action plan is coming in at? This is where we're at, and we're making a plan. So we're making sure we know what the base is. Where are we at right now? What are we going to do to improve that? And then how are we going to measure that? Correct? I guess I would struggle with approving anything that if we don't have any way to do that yet, what am I approving? So that's my struggle, and I know we've got time yet, so I get that, but that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
So I think back to KISA 1.0. When the board voted in KISA 1.0, they approved the 5 R's, right? And they approved the 5-year cycle. So that's, if we're staying in keeping with that, it would be the board saying, yes, the fundamentals need to be part of accreditation, and this year, like accreditation review process on an annual basis would be the votes. So that would be really what we're asking of the board before we would dive in and start building out those things that need to be in place.
I do think, Madam Chair, we can certainly provide examples. And I think that's, it is the challenge of not wanting to invest time and resource and energy into something that the board may say, this isn't the direction. But we want to be really clear about examples that we believe will be part of that build, exactly what you're talking about. We referenced that, I think it was last month, when we talked about the structural components within a system. So we really see this idea, like Jay talked about, we've got these structures, these things that shape behaviors, adult behaviors, the behaviors of our educators in a system, things like professional learning. So every system approaches professional learning, and has professional learning opportunities. Every system has an evaluation model. Every system allocates resources. These are all behavior shaping structures that exist. And what we want to do is draw connections with those structures that shape behaviors to this idea of a lead indicator. So what is an indication that says through professional learning that we are implementing structured literacy, or we're most effective in our literacy instruction, what are the behaviors that actually go into making sure that happens? So that's the model. We have to establish what are those structures so that whenever we look at a system in that day, in that setting, when our experts are looking at that, they're looking at what's in a professional learning plan when they see a system that might be deficient in the training that has to happen in order to do structured literacy. So there's actually a lot of substance there. It's just kind of giving us the go-ahead that you're ready to see that because you feel like this maybe makes sense, or it feels like conceptually it might be the direction that we want to go.
I will run through a couple of the, let me back up half a step. I appreciate that you're trying to set the stage for where you're going because, Jay, you started with the teams are ready. So it sounds like there's a lot of work that's happened in the background that we can't see yet. When I think about what that work looks like that I wasn't privy to, I think about things like the parent, student, teacher voices in the conversation, site councils, and how they might play a role in representing what's going on in their schools. We've talked about IPS, that accreditation is a lever for IPS. So where does IPS and having a truly robust IPS fit into this conversation? I'd like to see a piece in there for IEPs that's very specific and really holds districts to a high standard of accountability. Access to guidance counselors, planning for post-secondary, something that can be a challenge at the high school level especially. I'll leave literacy to Jim, but that's my short list. So you said poke holes, that's my short list. So I'll start there. We've still got some more questions here. I'll go back to Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess even backing up further, before the action plan, you have to collect data so you know where the problems are. Do we have yet developed a list of the kinds of data they need to collect to develop their action plan? Because we've told them this year they're supposed to be collecting data according to what we approved a couple months ago, but we haven't told them what data to collect.
So one thing we want to be very clear about this year is that gathering data, when we say that, we just want to make sure during this transition year that they're continuing with solid practices of school improvement and data around that. So what we've asked systems to do this year is to make sure you've done a data analysis of your student data according to student performance, board outcomes, other interim assessments that systems use, a whole host of things. But gather your data, analyze that data, and then that either reinforces your goals or it sets goals or you can revisit your goals. We're just honing in on those two things, that data analysis of your student data and then making sure you have goals in place. So those are really the things that we've charged systems with this year. And I do want to say this, just because it gets me back to that superintendent who said, we're going to do this work regardless of what external accountability you provide. I think at times it can be somewhat dismissive of the great work that's going on in our schools when we feel like we have to make sure that we are telling them exactly what they need to do. And I rail against that. I feel like we need to be clear about our expectations, but systems are going to continue to do this work. Again, regardless, what we're really trying to do is align accreditation with the work that they're doing every day.
I get that, but if we're going to accredit them on structured literacy, for example, okay, what data do I need to collect to see if I'm doing structured literacy well? You know, and so that's a whole set of stuff, again, that has to be developed.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
I don't think those are difficult things for us to answer. But it's not just Jay and I that need to answer it. I mean, we need to bring our teams together. Again, going back to the original point, we have many, many people involved in the work. And so a lot of these areas, and that goes back to just protocol. So what is it in order to set the stage for that analysis, that gap analysis and that peer collaboration? What is it that we need to be looking at? Well, we developed a protocol for that. I would say one of the specific things that we want to see in terms of data, we feel like training is important. Professional development related to implementing effective literacy programming, training is important. So we would want to look at what's the training like in your system. Not only have you had letters training or have you engaged in structured literacy training, but what's your plan to sustain that, you know, as people leave, and it's not something you can just do one time and then it lives forever. So that's where we go back to this is focusing on a fewer things, but it's not a narrow focus and it's not easy work. But that protocol will be developed. It won't be a problem to do that. It'll take us a little bit of time, but we feel like we can do that pretty quickly. But we want to create crystal clarity as to what systems would need to bring and what data we're looking at.
Yeah, because one of the complaints we've had is you're not specific about what you want. So I don't want to just say, well, go collect your data. If we're going to measure them on these 4 things, we need to tell them what it is. But then, and we've had this discussion a couple of times about when you get to, you've got your action plan, and then you're going to come together the next year, I guess, with the experts in a few schools, and you're going to try to measure how well you've done, whether or not you've made progress. So at some point in time, somebody has to lay down some numbers, like how much progress is enough progress to stay accredited on structured literacy? Do you have to make progress in all 4 areas or not? And none of that's really been discussed, has it? Or
And we need to keep moving. Get more on the list.
oh, okay. So anyway, they've got my list of questions, but at some point we need to talk about it before the board, so.
It sounds like we have a few months to work through it. Betty?
Well, first of all, let me say, I appreciate what you're doing. I don't know if that was conveyed properly. I love the idea that we don't assume that we're just perfect. We look at how it can be improved. That's exactly what you're doing. So I appreciate that effort. I'm all for that. Now, with that being said, the thing that I look at, and it seems like it's a perfect time to perhaps align family engagement. I've always been of the mindset that if families, and I can't say 100%, that might only cover 20%, but if families understand the goals, what we're trying to do, what the purpose is, to get them on board, I think would just give us a great boost. So I'm kind of wondering if there's a way that we can incorporate perhaps a little more emphasis on getting our families to see. I hear a lot of parents saying they have no idea what it is we're doing or what it's about. That may or may not be true, but to them it's true. So let's just treat it as a truth. And if that's a truth, then we need to look at ways that we can perhaps mitigate the misunderstanding and bring them on board. Thank you.
Oops, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to let you guys know, I think you're going in the right direction. I like the forward thinking and the future for making it, getting more results with maybe less work for superintendents. That's what I'm hearing, is that it's been a heavy load, this 5-year thing, whatever. And for you to be connecting with the superintendents, letting them work with their local boards, and then just checking in with them and let them do what they're doing well. You know, what that superintendent said, I think, is really kind of the key. If you have good people on the ground, it's going to get done. And I would just want to reiterate that when superintendents are frustrated that there's too much or there's a lot of paperwork, there's something that is bogging them down and not allowing them to actually, prove that they're doing a good job. I think that's what's happening at the local level. That's really, that what you're doing, I think, will help. And I would just really encourage you in that direction.
in the Friday note, and or you can do this as you leave tomorrow, or you can let me know on the Friday note. I'm going to ask you whether or not you want to schedule a Zoom time in between this time and November. And I'm going to ask every one of you. And then if the majority wants to, I'll schedule that time again. We'll have an hour, put 3 or 4 of you together, and we'll continue the discussion. And if you say no, then we won't. But just to let you know that.
So I think you're not done hearing from us. I don't see any more questions at this time. Thank you both very much. We're early.
You could take a break and then do some of the consent before 3:30 if you want. Some of the items are reported.
We will go ahead and go to break. Let's take 10, 15? All right, we're gonna go 10. We'll be back here, well, we'll do something easy. How about we'll be back here at 3:10? schedule, and as the consent agenda can take some time, I would like to propose that we go ahead and vote on the consent agenda minus items B, C, G, and H. Michelle?
Madam Chair, there was a gentleman out by the elevators that said he came back specifically for the consent agenda item, and then he went upstairs. I don't know who that was.
Okay.
He had a pink, long button-down shirt. I think it was
An
from.
employee?
I think it was from, I think he's one of the is he maybe one of our attorneys, maybe, or? Somebody to ask he might be staff.
It would only affect the things that were pulled. So if we vote on the things that were not pulled,
Yeah, because he goes, I came down specifically for that.
yeah, he
And
was
then I said, it'll
probably here to
be
answer some kind
later,
of questions.
because I thought it was gonna be later, so he went back up in the elevator, so. Just wanna make
I think we'd be okay in doing non-pulled items.
sure. Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the non-pulled items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Betty, is that a second? Thank you. All right. Any discussion or questions before we go ahead and vote on that? All in favor, please raise your hand. That is a 10-0. Motion passes. And then, Michelle, you had pulled item H. Are you ready to vote on H, or do you have questions?
No, you can vote on H now.
Okay, is that a motion?
Oh, I mean, I'm making a motion, yes.
Motion to vote
Sure.
on H by itself?
Sure.
All right. Can I get a second? Betty? Any discussion on H? All in favor?
I guess I
Michelle?
make a comment. Sometimes things get put on the consent agenda item that maybe all 10 board members have not voted on. Maybe 6 did or 7 did. So I just want to make sure some things get on there that have been previously voted against by a board member, like the board member, and then it gets in the consent agenda item. And if I don't pull it, then it looks like, okay, now you're approving, 1,500 of it, but you didn't approve the first part of it, or you didn't approve it the first time. So those kind of things I have to catch sometimes and make sure I'm staying consistent with that. So just want to make that clear.
Thank you for that explanation. All in favor, please raise your hand for motion 8, or for item H. Danny, I can't see your hand. Is it down? Down, okay. So that's 7. And no votes? 1, 2, abstain? So that's a 7-2. The 2 are Michelle and Danny, and the abstention from Kathy. All right, motion passes. Thank you. Do we have time I think we have time to get an answer to Danny's question on item B. B is receive report of personnel filling unclassified positions.
So what is the?
Danny?
I'm sorry. What is the indirect cost fund?
So when, it can come in the form of 2 forms, Danny. Whenever there's federal money, which happens in special ed, title services, or food service, the federal government says, here's how much money you distribute out to school districts. You get to keep aside a certain percent of that to use to operate that area. That's called indirect cost. Grants will also have that, but in this case, it's federal funding. So it's money that's allocated in an indirect, it's called indirect costs that the agency can use to manage that certain area of that federal law.
So you can spend it wherever you want.
Well, they're usually, you have to do it within the context of that, whatever that law is. So it could, if it's special ed or title services, it has to be within that context. You can't just spend it any way that you want.
Okay, and then I probably got that one figured out. So idea discretionary and Title I administration fund. What is, tell me what that is.
So let me pull this up so I'm looking at it too.
Are we on B?
Oh, Brian is
Yes,
here.
we're on B.
Oh, Brian, come up and talk about Title I discretionary funds. So I'm sorry, I didn't see Brian sneak in. I'll have someone much more knowledgeable than I do.
Madam Chair,
I'm Brian Dempsey. I'm an assistant director on the Special Education and Title Services team. Dean's probably the better to really pinpoint down on discretionary funds, but in listening to the commissioner, as we receive federal grant awards, he's exactly right. I'm just going to repeat it. We receive a small percentage of that to run and operate the program. And so I think if you're looking at my consent agenda item, it's for the RF request for proposal for complaint investigators, and that comes out of that pot, as the commissioner indicated, to run that program. That's IDA discretionary funds.
I think, Brian, actually it was in the personnel report of some personnel people that were hired to run these areas. So just I'm going to go to it. So we are hiring Marcia Reckless, the school finance team, indirect cost fund, right? Danny, it was one. But then the ones for the IDA discretionary and Title I administration fund, be Steve Bachman as a consultant, and the positions funded out of the IDA discretionary and Title I administration fund. So it's the same concept.
It is the same concept, and Steve will be working in the title and IDA side, and so that's what authorizes us to use those funds.
So he will be working on Title I, which is reading and math, and then the discretionary funds have to be used in that manner, and that's how that works.
So does that answers your question on B? And C was pulled by Kathy, right? Sorry, is there overlap between, this is all B? Okay, so
And then Brian can speak for C.
if maybe you can stay for C, we'll vote on B real quick. Oh, Dennis?
Well, I just wanted explanation on, how do you describe a formal complaint? I mean, how
Oh,
does that?
hang on, we'll come to that next.
I thought we were working on that.
Okay, so could I have a motion to approve B? Jim and Betty. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That is a 10-0, motion passes. Thank you.
Now, Brian, if you'd explain C, which is the
Contract bid process.
for the special ed formal complaints and the proposal to go out to bid for that.
Thank you. So the IDEA requires each state to have a complaint process, and how Kansas has set that up is to contract with complaint investigators. So the RFP is to ask for proposals from potential complaint investigators to add. So our complaints have increased and gone beyond the capacity of our current investigators. So the funds are there out of IDA, and then we pay investigators an hourly rate. So if the complaints stay where they are, we might spend that money, but if they go down, we don't pay them out. So it's just to build up our capacity to be able to investigate complaints of allegations of violations of state or federal IDA and special education laws.
And if I understand correctly from the commissioner, the Eanes extra money went to the governor and came back to be used for this specifically, and that's where these funds are coming from as well?
Yep, so they have a budget. We're rapidly exceeding that budget.
Right.
We asked if the Eanes money could come back. The governor approved that. So that's going into this fund, of which they're asking now to go spend up to $400,000 of that to expand the investigators. As Brian said, if the complaints would come down, for some reason, we would not spend that, but that's correct, Kathy?
So in this process, will anything come back to us when you choose a vendor? Or is this the one?
This is the one time you're giving permission to go out to bid, and then they would select out of that.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand.
And it goes through the Department of Administration. So we work with the Department of Administration to create the contracts.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Dennis, did you have a follow-up? You good? Okay. And Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our, should we be, should it be cause for alarm that we're seeing more of these? Is there something that we can get as far as back to the state board to let us know? Are they coming from one general area? Are they specific to one specific problem that keeps reoccurring? I mean, are we gonna, that's a lot of money to just keep exceeding, and now we're having more parents possibly set up a lawsuit to the schools. Are we seeing some of the similar problems based off of bigger districts, rural districts, or is it spread evenly around the state? I'm just trying to.
So you're doing a good job of describing what we do as we get these complaints. So historically, we received about 30 to 35 complaints a year. This is up through about 18, 19. And then as the pandemic came and left, those complaints have doubled and a little over doubled the last year, but they've kind of stayed flat. But we had good capacity for where we were. So our complaint investigators tend to be retired directors. We have 4 at this point, so it's not a full-time job for them, so they can select what they investigate. And they have well over 100 years of experience between them. So we think we can get that again. So it's just looking for people in those roles to fill that. To your question about analysis, it's not really isolated. It is kind of across the state. It's not really one area. A lot of it you could probably link back to staffing issues, so a lot of failure to implement the IEP. That's the biggest.
So how can we help the department and the local districts communicate to the parents as far as, like everybody's gonna sit at a table and decide what's adequate for their kid? I might say that's adequate for you. I mean, this is all I expect out of the public school system. I mean, how do we do a better job of communicating what we can? I mean, you can't make a person just appear and be trained and ready to go in the classroom that'd be ideal. Everybody would like that. So how do we, I mean, I know that's just something we have to work on as
Sure.
a state, but locally, just how can we help? Because it does seem like they are growing, or you're hearing rumblings about but is it maybe is there a communication barrier there as far as maybe what we can handle, are they communicating, hey, we're down 294 parents? I mean, are we communicating that to the public to say, where can the public locally, community-wise step in, and do you guys need help? Do you need parents to come in and help out? Parents of the kids that maybe need a little extra help? That's the kind of thing.
If I may, hang on. This may be a topic that we want to add to a future agenda item. I don't want to put you on the spot and have you, try to answer what is a larger conversation potentially.
That's why
It could be. I can respond a little bit, and if you always want a bigger conversation, I'm more than happy to come back. I think let me back up a little bit. So those approximately 80 complaints last year out of approximately 80,000 students with disabilities, from a percentage standpoint, is really small. And when you look at like-sized states, we have very few complaints. So what we have messaged with the districts, to your point, is having those conversations. And I think for the most part, everybody does a good job of engaging the parents with what is realistic. So as we know, the individual education plan is designed to meet what the student needs, not what we have. So we do have to fill a gap if the need is here, but we don't have that. So then what do we do in the meantime? And those conversations are occurring. So districts are doing a good job with working with families about, until we get to B, we're going to do A, and then most families are agreeing with that. And I think a lot of the complaints that relate to that are IEPs that have been in place for years, and then staff have left and they're harder to fill, so the parents are a little more upset. The other, so I presented with Families Together last week to a group, and they were showing their data, and we refer a lot of parents to Families Together as well, and they talk to them and talk them through the process. They received more calls regarding formal complaints than we received complaints. So that tells me that they're doing a good job of working with families as well and talking about them, about going back to the district and working with the district and working through these issues. So I can do a little more deeper dive and come back, but just a high level of what we're seeing is that's what our guidance is, and I think most districts are following it well, and most families are accepting of it.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think that that's something that a lot of came out of just this one little item that was on the consent agenda item. So, because I'm getting 4 and 5 hour conversations with people, and I just want to make sure I can only do so much for them because their local board, their local superintendent can do a lot more, but I just want to make sure that that communication process is wide open and everybody is understanding, because I can only do so much with one person here.
The relationship and partnership are keys, and I think most people are doing it. And I'm not trying to minimize the challenges. They're very significant, but I think people are really rising to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So are we ready then to vote on item C? And can I get a motion, please? Kathy, so moved. I have a second from Dina. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand for item C. It is 10-0, motion passes, and we made it through consent, so we get out a little bit early at the end of the day. And now we are back on time. That is all of the consent agenda. So I will welcome Mr. Tim Hallisey. Wait. I'm sorry, Tim, one moment. Oh, I am not correct. We did not finish G. We're gonna have someone come back for G later, right? And we don't know when she's available.
After we get, yeah, she will be at the end of the
Okay. We will return to item G. Sorry, we are not finished with consent. But we are ready for Tim Hallisey. So if you would like to come on up for the presentation on letters training, and I'll let you introduce those who are with
Absolutely,
you.
and we're flexible. We can move and everything that you need to. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I am Tim Hallisey, Superintendent of USD 450 Shawnee Heights. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing two very fine educators today who are going to talk to you a little bit about letters training and how we've utilized that with our staff. Karen Brantingham is a reading specialist for us, and Linda Dishman is a instructional interventionist for us and Milken Award winner. These two ladies have done a tremendous job and are two of the nearly 70 teachers across our district who are being trained or finished training in the science of reading and implemented that across the district. So I would like to turn it over to those two ladies and they would share their experience with you.
Good afternoon, and thanks so much for having us. I'm Karen Brantingham, and this is Linda Dishman. And if I can figure out how to move this forward, I will get us started. Do you know how to get speaker notes? I do not. Do we know how to get speaker notes on here? So it shows in this.
Can you put in presenter view?
Presenter view, yeah. Is there any way to do that? Oh, it doesn't. Okay, well, I will just have to remember off the top of my head. Mr. Halsey introduced us very kindly, but I do just want you to just take a second and look at Linda's, words about Linda, her background, because she's the future of education at Barrington and for our state, and everybody needs a wingman like Linda. She is a great one to have around. Letters training, and thank you so much for having us. I want to speak with you authentically and from my heart and with joy, because that's what letters training and teaching children to read is all about. I also know myself well enough that I can go down a reading rabbit hole in a New York minute, and TikTok says the clock. I'm going to try to keep my eyes focused on what we have to talk about. But letters training specifics. It's a 2-year commitment for teachers, and the requirements include weekly reading sessions, weekly online sessions, bridge to practice activities. That's when you take what you've learned and you apply it in the classroom. Bi-monthly interactive Zoom sessions with a trained letters presenter. Those are 6 hours each. And weekly quizzes, end of session quizzes, and end of unit quizzes. It is a lot of time added to a teacher's professional responsibilities. It is a big commitment. Okay, Letters Volume 1. That's just another way of saying Year 1. It's a manual that looks like this, well used, well loved. It includes 4 units of study. The first part, you learn about the challenges of learning to read, a lot of brain research behind that. We learn about the speech sounds of English. The third unit is phonics, word recognition, and spelling. And then the final unit is advanced decoding, spelling, and word recognition. And then the second year, or Letters Volume 2, same thing, times 2. Linda and I have only taken the first unit in this, so we're not nearly as familiar with this volume. But it's another year commitment, 4 units of study. Oral language and vocabulary is the first unit. That's what we just completed. Understanding reading comprehension. The third unit, text-driven comprehension. And then you end up with the reading-writing connection at the end. At the outset of letters training, the letters people teach you about something called the simple view of reading. And they take a simple mathematical equation and they use that to teach you how powerful the 2 parts of learning to read are, or the 2 parts that are addressed in these manuals. We cannot understand by reading what we cannot understand through listening. So Volume 1, word recognition. Volume 2, language comprehension equals reading comprehension. If you have a 0 in either one of those boxes, your reading comprehension is 0. Scarborough's, I mispronounced that, Scarborough's reading rope. I'll let you take a second to look at that. I hope you can see that clearly. Letters talks a lot about that. The blue strand at the bottom, I want you to focus on that first. That's all Volume 1. That's the word recognition piece. Phonological awareness, decoding, and sight recognition. Those are the strands that create a child's ability to fluently recognize words. Volume 2, or the part I told you that Linda and I had only completed 1 unit so far, that's all the language comprehension piece. This graphic was created so that you could visualize all the different pieces that have to come together to create a skilled reader. And it's a really powerful graphic, I think, for educators. We can look at that and understand why it is so complex. Teaching kids to read is rocket science. It is so complex. There are all these pieces that go into it. And any one of those strands break down, your rope is not very strong. So the goal of teaching a child to read and what Letters focuses on are these different strands. And our goal is to weave them together to create a skilled reader. Letters training, what it's like. We just want to tell you what it's like. 2 little old teachers standing up here. It takes a lot of time and energy. I'd like to make my husband's face when he learned I was doing this. He was like, wow, I don't know why you're doing that, Karen. Well, it's a great idea. Letters is as rigorous as any postgraduate course either one of us believe we've taken in our lives. It requires teachers to work between 2 and 5 hours weekly, I think closer to the 5 hours thing. It requires teachers to commit to 6 contact hours each quarter. I mentioned that earlier. With a trained letters trainer, we do that on Zoom. There's 2 ways that teachers can achieve that. They can either do 2 3-hour evening sessions per quarter, or they can take 1 day during the quarter to do that. And just so you know, most teachers that I know would prefer to work sick rather than make sub-plans. So that's a tough one for them to balance. But it's powerful and it's purposeful. And at the end of the day, teachers can immediately adjust their lesson plans to implement what they're learning. We do that all the time. And we just wanted to show you this graphic so that you could see, we want you to understand the time commitment this takes. And so this is showing you Volume 1, which is Year 1, Unit 1 and 2, which would be half a year. So, and it shows you what you can expect, the amount of time you can expect to spend on each session. So you would have to add this up times it 8. You have to add, I'm a reading teacher, not a math person, but my speaker notes do tell me it's 160 hours minimum commitment on a teacher's part to complete this training. Is it worth it? Absolutely, absolutely, it is worth it. This is the most valuable training both Linda and I think we've ever received in our careers. Letters teaches us why we must teach what we're teaching. It teaches us how to implement what we're learning right now. It's like you learn it today, you apply it tomorrow. Letters teaches us practical intervention strategies when our students may not be succeeding yet. And many things we are learning in letters training are new to both of us. And we find letters training to be hugely empowering and very humbling at the same time, because there is so much of it that was new to us. Biggest takeaways to date. This is just the two of us sitting around. What is the biggest thing, the biggest aha that we've learned so far? From volume 1, the first year, automatic word recognition is a must, or students will never learn to read with understanding. This is achieved lots of ways. Automatic recognition, that means automatic letters, automatic sounds, automatic sight words, automatic multisyllabic words. It has to be automatic for that, for Scarborough's reading rope to come together and be strong. This part the part that I'm talking about here, this automaticity, that's the blue part of Scarborough's rope that you were looking at, the word recognition piece. When I think of it in my mind, I think of it, this fluency, automaticity, I kind of use those terms interchangeably. I think of it like when you're pedaling a bike, when you're riding a bike, when you're learning to ride a bike and you're all wobbly and off track, you are not riding that bike successfully. That's what a struggling reader who's not automatic, that's what trying to access text is like for them. It's a struggle. Biggest takeaways continued. This is from volume 2. And again, we've only taken 1 unit out of volume 2. We have 3 more to go. But it was a huge aha to us about what we learned about vocabulary in that unit. Vocabulary is the single greatest predictor of a student's ability to comprehend text. Vocabulary development is a key component for literacy success. And here's where the divide happens. Students who begin school behind their peers in vocabulary development are going to struggle to learn to read. Then you have those students that come to you with established networks of vocabulary already in their brains. That's primed their brains so that they can learn those new words more quickly and more easily. There begins your divide right off the bat. You have to close that vocabulary gap as quickly as you can. Finally, we just wanted to tell you guys thank you. We want to tell the State Board of Education thank you, the State Department of Education thank you, the Kansas Legislature thank you, wherever the money came from, however that came to be, that's above my pay grade. But you guys gave the children of the state of Kansas a gift in providing this training to be available for Kansas teachers. So thank you very much. What questions can we answer for you?
By the way, it came from us.
Pardon me?
By the way, it came from us.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Let's start with Betty.
Well, it was great hearing that, but I do have a question because I've talked to some who appreciate the value but feel like, my goodness, this is such a huge commitment. I just can't figure out how I can make all of this work. So having gone through that, is there something that you could suggest that would kind of tweak or make better or make it a little easier, perhaps for those that would be interested? And it's not from a standpoint, trust me, of feeling like they just don't want to do it. I mean, I really respect when they're saying, this is such a huge time commitment, and I'm not sure I can enter it with the fidelity that it needs because of XYZ. So knowing all of that, how would you tweak that? Any?
Well, off the top of my head, and Linda, you give me the elbow. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's, as almost everything in education, in my opinion, is better done collaboratively. And I have Linda and I don't know, probably at least a dozen other teachers in my building that are taking letters training right now. We're at various spots, and we help each other, and we have our aha moments together, and our crud, this is not working moments, and I can't keep up moments together. So my wingman, my team at school, Barryton is the shining star in this state, if you ask me. And I can't imagine if I was taking this by myself, I would have been scared. It would have been a little overwhelming. But I have a lot of teammates with me. It's every time I hear someone talk about that, we were talking about it at Superintendent's Council the other day, and some teachers were talking about that, and I said, but I promise this is going to be the best training that you've experienced. At least I have a long history of training. This is the best. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would say just encourage them to find a group of people that are doing it with them and sign up. We always sign up for the same sessions, so we can work together and collaborate together. And we actually schedule time to set aside to complete the assignments. So, and it's more fun when you work with a group of people.
Michelle. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for being honest about how far you've come and what you've gone through. And I would just like to put you on the spot a little bit, as far as comparing that to like the instruction that's at the back of the book, Why Johnny Can't Read. Have either of you read that book, or Why Johnny Still Can't Read? It's like almost 20 years apart when those were written. I'd be curious to know. It teaches you how to read, or it teaches how to teach to read in the back of that book. The crossover, if there's any overlapping or similarities to what you're learning, because that's been out there for quite a while. And I'd just be interested to know how many teachers that are going through that letters training have read that book and understand how for years and years and years, we're talking over 60 years, in education, the English language has been taught incorrectly. So there's a lot of generations out there that are going through college and going out and becoming teachers that almost have to retrain and go backwards from teaching sight words, and that, where that's different. That's going back to teaching back to phonics and the way it should have been done a long time ago. So I'd just be curious. So you have not read the book?
I would make a quick comment, though. There's a lot of discussion that goes on about some of the authors reading curriculums that have been out there in the past, and a lot of negativity gets spewed out about that. And as teachers and educators, we're always looking at what we're instructing kids and how we're instructing them. But I would say I would always presume positive intent. And some of the curriculums that have gotten such a bad name lately, they came out 20, 25 years ago. About the same time the National Panel on Reading, my timeline might not be quite right there, but it's been a long time ago. The National Panel on Reading came out with the 5 pillars of reading: phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, comprehension, fluency. Well, they came out with that. Well, a lot of those curriculums that you'll see get disparaged are based on that. They have those 5 components, and those 5 components are necessary for a kid to learn to read. Now, where you can get sideways is an at-risk kid probably needs a way deeper dive in that phonics and phonemic awareness piece, but a skilled teacher can address that.
Anne. Thank you for all your work. 160 hours, that's just a bunch. Tim was saying, how many teachers have been trained now in the district? Seems like there were a lot.
And we have 60 who are on target to complete the training across the district.
Okay, and when did they start training?
Last year.
Last year, okay. Well, I was just looking at your ELA scores for this last spring, and they really took a nice jump. So whatever you're doing is working. Maybe that's the best inspiration for anybody else who thinks this is too much work.
That is a powerful motivator.
There you go. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the board, Commissioner?
Thank you, ladies. So I'm going to ask two veteran teachers, maybe at different stages of your career, right? So you've talked about the impactfulness of the training. Maybe speak to a little bit about what Michelle's talking about. You've been in school, you've been in graduate classes, you've assimilated a lot of information around how to teach reading. So what's been so different versus all the other training you've had around reading, not other things, but just around reading? And why do you say this is the best training we've ever had?
Well, I received my master's in 2018 from Fort Hays, and I did not learn any of this. That's how powerful it is. I had no idea how to teach phonics. I had no idea how to teach vocabulary. My fifth graders would come to me. We would be reading books, and I think of all the mistakes I made because I didn't know. And they'd come to a word, and I'd be like, well, sound it out. But they would look at me like, well, what do you mean? How do you sound it out? I didn't know how to sound it out because I just thought they learned that in the primary grades. And so if I tell everyone, if I were to go back in the classroom and be a fifth grade teacher, my reading block would look so much different. That's how powerful this is. What I say to kids would sound so different. I could show them how to decode those multisyllabic words. And for me, it was the word recognition rope that was missing in my undergraduate career. I come from a balanced literacy time, and that's all it was. And honestly, I started my first year, and I was not confident in reading. And reading was my least favorite subject to teach. And when my husband asked me, why are you going to get your master's as a reading specialist? I said, well, it will help me become a better reading teacher. This is the one area I don't feel very confident in. And if I ever want to step out of the classroom, it will allow me to. But the main reason was so I can become a better reading teacher. Now, when I finished it, I mean, I felt like I was doing better, but I still had a lot of questions. It wasn't until I took this that now I'm like fully confident in teaching reading, and I love it. And 2018 wasn't too long ago, but. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Dennis just used the word. That's a great testimony to the power of letters. So thank you for being here and for your presentation. Really appreciate you sharing.
I'll just remind the board, you've set aside $15 million. We can train every single pre-K through elementary reading specialists, administrators, instructional coaches, every single one in the state of Kansas, in an accredited school. What we need is commitment and time and effort. School districts, I know that Shawnee Heights has also provided a stipend, I think through ESSER funding, their own ESSER funding. We can do this, but we have to have the will to want to do it. And I hear these same comments on a weekly basis from veteran teachers that stop me and say, I'm afraid to admit how poorly I was doing, and now I know how to do things better. And so I just appreciate you being honest and talking to the board today.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Scott Gordon and eventually Jen Holt to act on recommendations of the PPC. Welcome, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And before, let's see, we've got a couple of items here. So as we kick off, can you summarize the case for us as we get started?
I'm assuming you are referring to
The
there's
first
one
one.
particular case.
Yeah, 23 PPC 07.
Right, that was, and I want to make sure that Dr. Holt's actually on the line and she's,
There she is.
Dr. Holt, can you hear me? Okay, thanks.
Can you hear me?
So she had asked me just to summarize that particular case. This was a case where the gentleman had previously been licensed by the State Board of Education. While he was licensed, he had stolen some items from the school that he was teaching at and was pawning them for personal use. We filed the complaint. He had the hearing back in 2014, I believe it was. Based on the evidence or the lack of evidence at that time, the PPC voted to recommend revocation of his license. The state board at that time followed that recommendation. Several years had passed. He did apply again for a substitute teaching license because he did not have the continuing education credits you need to re-up your license, so he wanted a sub-license. We did have the full evidentiary hearing. He did not present really any evidence other than his own testimony at that time, so the PPC made their vote recommending denial of that application. He has since, so whenever someone receives a copy of the recommendation of the PPC, that's the initial order that you all look at, and there's always the notice on the back of that informing them that someone has the right to file a brief with the State Board of Education saying that the PPC got it wrong, you should not follow the recommendations, and they have the opportunity to present a legal brief explaining why the PPC may have gotten it wrong. That was provided to you all in the materials. I did provide a response on behalf of the Department of Education, but neither of us really asked for oral argument. I think that the evidence that you all have in front of you is sufficient for you all to make your final decision of whether or not that gentleman should have a license. And I'm sure if you have any questions as to why the PPC voted the way they did, Dr. Holt would be more than happy to answer those. And Madam Chair, if there's any procedural questions, I'm happy to answer those at this time.
Sure. I'll just thank you real quick for the comment you just made about the back of the notice, because that was one of the questions that I had. Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wasn't clear to me, but it looks like, so the person committed some crimes like 10 years ago. Has there been any other criminal activity since then?
No, we do not have any reason to believe he's involved in any criminal activity since then.
Okay. And I've got a question for the board. If the board had had these letters of recommendation before you made your decision, would you have had a different decision?
For what it's worth, before she answers, Dr. Holt has not seen these letters.
Oh, she hasn't?
She doesn't know anything about the materials that were presented. And that may, and Dr. Holt, I apologize, maybe I should have provided those to you, but no, those were materials that were given to you. The PPC's done with it. They have not seen any of this information.
And would you mind just telling me the case number? I didn't get the board packet this time, so I do not know which case you're referring to. And I'll just orient myself just in case you do have questions for me.
Do you want me to read it?
This is 23 PPC 07. Yeah. I could tell you the gentleman's name, but we don't do that in the board meeting, so.
That helps me. That's all I need. Thank you.
Sure. So I apologize, and she may have an answer for you, but the actual letters, she hasn't seen.
Okay, so the guy messed up in that he didn't get these letters in before the hearing?
Yeah, no, they were not presented. They were not made available to the PPC. I didn't have them before the hearing. I didn't have the opportunity to reach out to these individuals to see how much they knew about the person's history. It's a fairly standard practice in my office.
Because it looks like a pretty good recommendation. So procedurally, could this person appeal again?
He can apply for a license again and go back through the process.
Oh, okay.
But that is what yes, there's no limitations on the number of times someone can apply for a teaching license after they have been revoked, denied, whatever the case may be.
He could turn around, right around and apply again, right?
He could apply again, and he would wait in line behind everybody else that's waiting for their hearing.
Okay.
So I can add in our notes from, I got background noise, sorry. I can add in our notes from, it looks like we talked about this in July. I can share some of our highlights if you'd like.
Well, I think the issue was that after your hearing, he got some letters of recommendation that are pretty good, but you guys weren't privy to that.
Well, but so what my notes do say is he thought that, like, our impression was that he thought that just having not gotten in trouble would be enough, and he didn't have evidence of rehabilitation, but we were a split vote. So even then, I think like we weren't strong on, oh, this is definitely a no. So had we had those letters, I think it could have positively influenced us for sure.
Thank you,
So,
Jen.
Just
Do you have
one
a
more.
follow-up?
So what would evidence then of rehabilitation, if there have been no crimes in 10 years, wouldn't that be evidence of rehabilitation?
Sometimes we tend to hear people talk about different support groups they've built around them to make sure, maybe different therapies they've gone to, like what they've done to get themselves on track that they're not going to be in this spot again, is what people tend to speak to when it comes to rehabilitation. So not doing it again is a big piece, but they have to kind of be able to walk us through that journey of what did that look like? How do we know it's not going to happen again? And we just didn't have that. He also didn't have a lawyer with him. And these cases, some of them get a little bit tricky, and having a lawyer by your side kind of just helping you understand. So I kind of just made a note that this was one of the hard ones that had he had a lawyer, I think he would have been better able to explain himself.
Question from Kathy. So while Kathy's working on that, I was just going to comment that it looked to me in the letters, it seemed very obvious that he didn't fully understand his rights. So the notice on the text on the back of the notice, I think, was important. And he was literally saying in the letters, I didn't know that I could have submitted these things. That was kind of my takeaway. Kathy.
So I guess my question would be, did the PPC know where he was working at the time of the hearing, that he was working in a school?
On my notes, we make reference that he was working as a para.
Okay.
So we were aware that he was in the field of education.
Okay.
And he didn't even have, like, had he brought a letter of rec from his employer saying, hey, yeah, we trust him, I think it would have shifted us.
Any further? Jim?
Do we have the option of resubmitting this to PPC for their review with additional information?
Mark may give you a different answer. I would tell you you've done that in the past. It did not go well. Well, let me rephrase. I don't know that that's not a clearly delineated option for the state board, but there's probably not anything that prevents you from doing that. For what it's worth, the time that I'm thinking of before where you sent it back to the PPC, the issue at that time was the state board specifically told the PPC, here's the conclusion we want. Now you all come up with findings to support that conclusion.
Okay.
Please
And
don't
I
do
was
that.
not making that recommendation.
Sure.
I was.
But again, I'll defer to Mark as your counsel as whether or not that's an option. You're welcome.
If you're wanting to have the PPC consider the additional evidence submitted, I could help you write a remand for that purpose, but you can't dictate the outcome. They could consider that. However, I also believe it's within your authority to consider that information and reach a different decision, and I could help write that order. My only concern is that, candidly, that the PPC is set up for a specific process and a lot of time and energy, and scheduling goes into that. And if you reach a different decision, just keep in mind that opens the door to, that we always have processes and procedures where they can appeal to the board and making that appeal. And there is a procedure as part of the notice to give them the opportunity to have oral argument. And so there's due process before the board. But if you look at this and say, this is kind of late submission and you have a different opinion, just be prepared that could send a message that you'll accept additional evidence when in fact you're setting up the PPC for that entire hearing process. That's my only caution.
The caveat I might add to that is we're really, really clear and say repeatedly in the process that we only make recommendations to you. So our decision is never binding, and we're pretty public about that with the participants.
Okay, so as a reminder, the recommended motion states the State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the PPC and deny the application. So your options here would be to make the motion as written or to change the motion if someone wants to make a motion. And Mark can help you if necessary. Or we take no action. What happens if we take no action, Scott?
You'll see it again next month.
Okay.
So could we, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I'd vote to let the guy have his license, but the smarter thing might be to remand and just make sure the PPC has all the information, particularly since it was a split vote anyway. Can we make that motion, or?
If that's your desire, I repeat from before, I think that one of the viable options in the recommended motions could be that you remand the case, reference the case number, back to the PPC to consider any additional evidence that wasn't presented to the PPC at that time, and issue findings of fact and conclusions of law on that case number. I would only say that procedurally, if you're going to do that, I think both parties need to be given the opportunity to address any issue that hadn't been before the PPC. So the applicant, the applicant and the agency could submit additional information, and because I wouldn't want you to predetermine the outcome.
No, I don't think that'd be smart, and we need to work with them, but I think if it was a split vote, I mean, are we like talking like one vote one way or the other, and there's information that might have swayed them, then they ought to see it again, but I like his motion.
It was a 6-2
It was
vote.
6-2.
6-2, so it wasn't real close. So I'd make the motion that Mark just said.
All right, we have a motion from Ann and a second from Kathy. Any further discussion or questions?
Kayla, are you getting that, what that motion is? Okay.
The motion is to remand.
Remand back to the PPC. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Any questions or discussion? We ready to vote? All in favor of sending it back to the PPC, raise your hand. That is 10-0. Motion passes.
You're welcome.
And then, Madam Chair, I don't think there were any actual PPC full hearings on the rest of the cases. I think they were either voluntary surrenders or defaults. But again, if you have any procedural questions, or really on any questions you have on these, I can answer those for you.
So let's see, we have 15.
I think we're looking
Make
at
sure I get these in
15,
order.
and there may be a 16.
Yeah, this doesn't match up. So the rest, I guess it's the rest of item 15, starting with 23 PPC 14. And you should have you have 3 agenda item 15s in your packet. So it's the second one that has the long list of PPCs.
So 15A, I believe, is what you just took care of.
Yeah.
I think. Sorry, I've printed off 15, which I believe is 15B, which has a list of 5 cases, which the recommendation is either revocation or denial.
And remind us again why that is, because
The agency filed complaints in each of those cases, and some people were licensed, so we were asking for the revocation of that license. Some people were pending new applications, so we were seeking denial at that time. Functionally, we grouped them together because the person walks away if you follow the recommendations of the PPC without a license. So the result's kind of the same.
Any questions for Mr. Gordon or motion, Ann?
Let's see. Team B, this one that ends in 32. Okay, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education denies or revokes the licenses in the cases of 23 PPC 14, 23 PPC 19, 23 PPC 29, 23 PPC 31, and 23 PPC 32.
Do I have a second? Dina? Any questions or discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 10-0, motion passes. And agenda item 15C.
Those are two cases in which complaints have been filed against the individuals. And in both cases, the individuals decided to submit a voluntary surrender rather than contest the request of the agency.
Any questions? Dina? Motion?
I don't have a question. I was just going to make the motion.
Go right ahead.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education revoke the licenses of 23 PPC-01 and 23 PPC-06.
Is there a second? Kathy? Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 10-0, motion passes.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jen. All right. Next up, we have Shane Carter for the fall vacancy report. Welcome.
I think I'll turn my microphone on and try this again. All right, here we go. So I am going to provide you two updates today. The first is the educator vacancy data. Before I get into the actual data, a couple things. Historically, what you've received in October is you would receive the fall vacancy report, and that would be tied with the licensed personnel report for the previous school year. I decided to change the process somewhat and provide you the licensed personnel report in June after we closed the actual report. It seemed it was more timely to do that at that moment. And then I also provided you the update of the spring vacancy report at that time. So what we'll cover today is vacancies that were reported at the beginning of the school year. And also we changed how we collected some of our data. We tried to make the system more user-friendly for districts. And we think we achieved that based on feedback that were given. There's still some room for improvement, but there's a couple of additional categories of data that we captured that you haven't previously seen. So we'll go ahead and get into it now. So what are we going to review? Number one, you'll see the fall 22 collection data, so data that was collected this time last year. You'll see the spring 2023 collection. Based on that collection, you can see what vacancies were filled and then what new vacancies were captured in spring 2023 in our top 5 vacancy areas. Then we'll move into the fall 2023 collection, which started at the beginning of the school year. We closed the window on September 25th, but we did have a couple of districts that submitted it on September 27th. But bottom line is this data was recently collected and is the most current vacancy data that we have. So before we get into the data, I will go ahead and go through a couple of definitions for you. So starting with one, what is a vacancy? Well, any position not filled. When we get into some of the other data, you'll see that one of our big issues are no applicants. So no applicants, no person to fill that position. Number two, it's any position filled by an individual that's not licensed appropriately. There's some specific examples I'll share with you for that. One, it could be an individual that has an expired license or they've never been licensed and they're filling in that position. Another is an individual that's serving on a substitute license, and that could be a standard substitute license or an emergency substitute license. But if they're filling that position full-time, then that would be considered a vacancy. Now, speaking of emergency substitute licenses, on the next screen, we're going to discuss waivers for a moment, but even if an individual has a waiver for an emergency substitute license, this is still considered a vacancy and should be reported as such. than licensed but unqualified for the specific example. So, or specific assignment. An example of that would be an individual that has a middle level math endorsement, but they're teaching third grade elementary. So they're licensed, but they're just not licensed appropriately. So what's not a vacancy? Number one, any position taught by an individual who holds a waiver. So on the consent agenda, you've seen there's quite a few waivers that come in. There's different reasons why a waiver is submitted. Most common is special education. So for an individual to qualify for a waiver for special education, a district hires them, say they have a middle level math endorsement, but they want them to serve in special education, and the individual agrees to it. They enroll in a special education program. Then the district submits a waiver to the state board and says, hey, we would like to hire this person to fill this position. They're enrolled in this coursework. Can we have a waiver? And then the state board approves it. So an individual can be on that waiver for up to 3 years. So if it is a waiver for that specific example, it wouldn't be listed as a vacancy. Now kind of the process, I'll cover as an example, special education. An individual can move to a provisional license. So to qualify for a provisional license in special education, the individual is required to complete 3 courses in their specific special education category. And those 3 courses are a characteristics course, a methods course, and then a practicum. As soon as that's completed, the individual qualifies for a provisional license. A provisional license is valid for 2 years and can be renewed for an additional 2 if renewal requirements are met. But anytime an individual is on that license, it's not considered a vacancy. Other examples are non-traditional routes to the classroom. So if an individual held a restricted license or a limited license and they're serving in the classroom, we wouldn't expect the district to report them as a vacancy. Any questions on that? All right, so we'll go ahead and get into the data. So historically, since we've been collecting this data, our top 5 hasn't changed. There's been movement within the top 5, slight movements or changes as far as, who's 1, 2, 3, or 4, but our top 5, and this has continued to be the same for this school year, our top 5 is special education, elementary, English language arts, mathematics, and science. So if you start on the left-hand side, I'll go ahead and highlight, for instance, we'll use elementary as we go across. So this time last year when we presented this data, school districts reported 329 vacancies in elementary. So as the school year went on, we opened the vacancy report in the spring and they submitted an update. There were 289 vacancies. During that time, between the fall and the spring, there were 60 elementary vacancies that were filled. However, even though they filled 60, there were additional vacancies that popped up. So that's why if you try to do straight math of 329 minus 60, it's not going to work for you. That's not how we calculate that. So then we'll go ahead and move into fall of 2023. And this is probably our most significant data point on these slides. And that's that the elementary vacancies grew quite a bit, up to 462. And this is the first time since we've gathered this data that an area has outpaced special education in vacancies. So elementary would technically be our #1 vacancy shortage at this moment. A couple of other things, our total vacancies did increase by roughly 176 over the summer. I mean, I can throw a whole bunch of stats at you. I'm not going to do that, but a couple of things that are important. #1, for the change in data, 35% of that change in vacancies, it's attributed to one district. So one district had reported a huge amount of vacancies that wasn't reported last year. Now, as I started breaking into it and trying to look and maybe identifying, a reason why, I think, a couple reasons. One, there's probably an issue with some accuracy in reporting. It's probably reporting more accurate now, but how we collected our vacancies may have kind of skewed that data a bit too for the elementary side. So, but just keep that in mind. But when we're looking at our data, the most reported vacancy number is 1 across the state, and we had basically 140 districts, or 70% of reporting districts that reported 5 or less vacancies. So that's the large bulk of districts across the state had 5 or less vacancies. But there are some districts that have very significant numbers, and when we get to the next slide, we'll see that a lot of that is in 2 districts. That would be Board District 5 and Board District 4.
Can I interrupt you for a question?
Yes.
Does that work? Betty?
Yeah, in the special education area, and I'm sorry, thank you. In special education, have we not always struggled with high vacancy?
Yes. So consistently, we have had issues filling vacancies in special education. And in the past, we actually had larger waiver numbers for special education than what we have now. Roughly, I would expect that you would end up somewhere around 280, 300 or so vacancy or waivers for high incidence special education, where in the past we would be closer to 500 or 600. When I say past, that would be about 10 years ago, 6 years ago in that frame, or in that time frame.
Okay.
And one from Ann.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This may be more of a Catherine question, but I had high hopes that that unified license would really help solve this special ed, so you could come out with a bachelor's degree and go teach special ed. But I think the problem is maybe the universities aren't offering it yet. I think one of the ones we approved today was going to do that, but is that just not making an impact, or are they not going there?
Yeah, so there's not that many students that are completing that. We have very few completers in those particular areas, but other universities are trying to pick up a unified program or looking to submit a program for approval. The kind of issue that you're dealing with is, if you look at a standard bachelor's degree program for elementary education, you're still going to clock in at about 120 college credit hours. These unified programs tend to have more coursework that individual has to complete to finish up that bachelor's degree and qualify for that license. So I think that's marketing that, and the cost of the program can be a
True,
little
it seems
difficult.
like it'd still be a lot cheaper than having to go for a master's and be able to do that, but okay, that helps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So as I stated, we changed how we were collecting some of the data. So we decided to break down special education and collect it in specific categories. So what you see is our high incidence, and this is what we would expect, that high incidence, since those types of services are more frequently required than any other, is our highest area of vacancy need, followed by low incidence. And then if you take our gifted, visually impaired, deaf, hard of hearing, that all adds up to be about 15. And if you broke that number down, the gifted would be about 11 of those 15. So visually impaired, deaf, hard of hearing, very low numbers for that. So this is the board district breakdown. This is a slight change to the slide you've seen in the past. So if you look at the very bottom row of the slide, there's a percent change that runs across the bottom. Also in the far right column, there's a percent change that is available for that particular vacancy area. So if you look at the percent change in that bottom column, that is for that particular board region. So for instance, board region 1, they had a decrease in vacancies, which green means good, it's a good thing, decreased in vacancies by 12%. Board region 2 decreased by 3. If it's in red, then that indicates that an increase in actual vacancies. So for instance, board region 4, it increased significantly. Once again, that would be attributed to one school district that reported a very high number of vacancies as compared to the previous year. When we continue to move over, board region 5 had a slight increase, but historically and consistent with this data too, board region 5, large geographic area, a lot of vacancies in that area. And then the other area of significance is board region 9, which there was a pretty significant increase. Kind of what's attributed to that is there was about 6 or 7 districts that previously hadn't reported vacancies last year, actually reported vacancies this year. So pending your questions.
Kathy?
Shane, can you provide all of this through an email or something so we have that actual material?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Or I think that'll go out once after this is all completed, and you'll have a copy.
Kathy, it would also be on the OneDrive. Yep. All good.
All right, so when we look at vacancy reasons, I do have one alibi that I need to make you aware of. If you try to add up this number, we're going to be 73 short. When we changed how we collected the information, our CTE pathway, we had 73 vacancies in CTE, but it didn't have an option to list why that particular vacancy existed. So we would be 73 short on this. For our no applicant, we did see a pretty significant increase, and that's To me, that's our most pressing problem because there's not any person that we can work to get trained to serve in that position if there's not an applicant. The column directly below it, the not fully qualified based on endorsement area, at least there's an individual we can work through, get them in a program, or find if it's adding an endorsement by testing, whatever the case may be, to get them qualified. So that's a better news story, but the 797 is definitely a significant challenge for us. And then everything below that is partially what I would call a self-inflicted wound, if you will. You may have someone that's licensed and you choose not to hire them, but if we get down to the not fully qualified based on professional attributes, it's very important that just because a individual holds a license, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a good teacher or they're the right fit for your particular district. So the district has that option to make that choice. And sometimes it's, I guess, addition by subtraction. Pending your questions. All right, and that's all I have as far as the update.
Thank you very much. Okay. And it looks like you're our next speaker as well.
I am.
Welcome back.
You're so very lucky. What a great way to finish your day, right? Well, that didn't work. No peeking. There we go. Real quick. All right. So before I get into this breakdown or into this update, a couple things. In September, the State Board did approve 2 recommendations from the Professional Standards Board. One was the removal of the PLT as a requirement for licensure for initial license in Kansas. 2 was to initiate or create a process to allow individuals who didn't pass their content exam after 2 attempts, a process for them to possibly qualify for an initial license. So this is the process that I'm going to update you on today. I didn't know what I was going to have to present to you today because we had worked with the Professional Standards Board on September 29th, and I didn't know what was going to come out of that. I'm happy that we were able to get through kind of the main piece of this process, which was the PSB approved a holistic scoring rubric for individuals going through that process, and that was kind of the last little process that needed to be answered to actually start offering this as an appeal. So we'll break down into that. I'll try not to go too far in the weeds, but the good news is that work was completed. All right, before we get into that, I'm going to go through a little background of the Licensure Review Committee. So by regulation 91-1-211, the Licensure Review Committee was established, and basically it allows individuals that want to apply for a license who don't satisfy all the requirements for licensure can submit an appeal. Now there are specific criteria that we utilize to limit who all can submit an appeal. Just because you want to be licensed in Kansas, you know, somebody off the street just submits an application, they don't hold an out-of-state license or no training, well, there's not an appeal that they can file. There is an actual method to the madness. But this is, the License Review Committee has existed, and it has always been allowed to review these types of appeals. It's just as we were going through the process, at one point the Licensure Review Committee wanted the approval from the State Board before they reviewed content appeals. And as far as that work, after the Licensure Review Committee reviews an individual and decides to make a recommendation to deny or approve an appeal, that gets forwarded on to the State Board for final approval. So you are the authority in determining if that person gets a license or not. So the committee membership, it's made up of 7 individuals from different positions within a school district. There's an individual from higher education, a district leader, a building leader, elementary teacher, special education teacher, middle school teacher, and secondary teacher. This is very important as we go through and look at individuals' records holistically. You have some content experts at that particular grade level that can review programs and review content standards and review that individual's packet as a whole. So a couple things about the content appeal. It's not just everybody gets to submit appeal. That's not how it's going to work. So this content appeal, it's only available for teachers who completed educator preparation programs in Kansas. The reason why, number one, if an individual is coming from out of state, they have to achieve an out-of-state license. And in 99% of states that license teachers, there has to be a content test they pass. And we'll accept out-of-state tests in lieu of our particular test. Also, with our statute change and interstate compact, that's impacted some individuals. where the testing isn't something that we would look at anyway, especially if they looked at meet experience requirements. Next, it's only for initial programs of completion. So that first program an educator is completing to become a licensed teacher. Once you hold a license, you can complete programs to add endorsements, such as special education. Another one that was brought up earlier today, reading specialist. There's certain requirements you have to meet to qualify for that, but those individuals, if they didn't pass that test, they wouldn't go through this process. It's not available for individuals who want to add an endorsement by testing. There are several endorsements that can be added by testing. Pretty much everything except for elementary and our special education categories can be added by testing. If they don't pass the test, then they need to go enroll in coursework, complete that coursework, and then try to take the test again. And finally, teachers have to have district experience, and we would expect, well, that experience needs to be while holding the temporary non-renewable or a standard substitute license. The reason those two licenses are listed is because in order to qualify for them, the individual had to have completed their program, their teacher preparation program. And then the district can hire them and they're serving in that position. So if an individual just had ESUB experience, they're not going to go through this process. So as I stated, the holistic rubric, scoring rubric, as we were going through the recommendations, the previous slides from last month and I think the previous month, I kind of laid out a few different areas that we were looking at as far as that rubric. So here are our criteria. There's 5 points that are awarded for each of the criteria for a total of 25 points. And those 5 criteria are: 1, test score. That's the highest content test score that individual achieves. Next is the GPA, and that GPA is related to that individual's content area. Next is the keep content component 1 and the keep component construct 2, which both of those are tied into the district evaluation. I'm going to go into these in more detail in a moment, but those 2 pieces are the district evaluation. And then finally, the licensure review interview. So for that test score, for an individual to qualify for an appeal, their test score has to be within 10 points. So the mathematics content knowledge for elementary test requires a score of 147. Individual scored 136 on that particular program or that particular test would not be eligible for review, have to be within 10 points. The GPA has to be 2.75 or higher, and the GPA that we're going to look at, as I stated, it's then that content area. So if an individual's a chemistry teacher and they didn't pass that chemistry exam, we're only going to take a look at those chemistry courses, and when I say we, that's our licensure team, to score them based on that content. A couple things to keep in mind: elementary unified, early childhood unified, and special education. Those are essentially the content areas, so we would look at that teacher preparation coursework for them. So the keep content construct for the evaluation the district would do, that is simply the teacher demonstrates a thorough knowledge of the content. And then the second is a teacher provided a variety of innovative applications of knowledge of that particular content area. And then finally, they get through that part, they'll go through the licensure review committee. The licensure review committee is going to interview them specifically on the program standards of that content area they completed. So think of the ERC recommendations you receive from Catherine. Whenever it's for program approval, there's content standards that are listed. Elementary has 7 of them. So if it's an individual that's attempting to submit an appeal for an elementary license, all the questions in the interview process will be geared to those 7 content standards. So there's more. So in order for an individual to be eligible for the appeal, within the rubric, they can have no 0 scores. So once again, back to my example about the test. If they were 11 points short of meeting that test score that was adopted by the state board, they're awarded 0 points. So they can't submit an appeal. The GPA, 2.74, 0 points. They're not eligible for an appeal. So they have to receive no ineffective ratings on the district evaluation. So for those constructs, for the KEEP construct 1 and 2, they have to be rated as developing or higher. So there's 4 areas that an individual can receive a rating. It's ineffective, developing, effective, highly effective. If an individual is ineffective at providing content instruction, probably not best suited to be in the classroom. So not eligible to submit an appeal. As we look at weighted criteria, out of the next 4 areas, the individual would have to score a minimum of 15 points. So for the GPA, content test score, and then those keep constructs. Those 4 areas, total possible 20 points available, they would have to have 15. Once all that's passed, then they would move on to the next step, which is that licensure review committee interview. And then, as I stated, the individual would be interviewed in regards to how they implement those program standards in the classroom. And as far as receiving an approval from the licensure review committee, they would have to have a score of three or higher on that particular interview. And then once all that's completed, the individual meets that requirement, that packet will be forwarded on to the state board for approval. Questions? Yes.
There's a quiz
Yep.
later for all of you.
I know.
Otherwise, we have to bring you before
Well-
the state board to see if you can continue.
Well, 4 out of the 10 are awake, so we'll count that as progress, so,
And
yes.
Thank you. I know everybody had concerns that, and I love Dr. Schrock, but, he's complaining, they'll, all the universities will relax their course requirements because anybody will be able to get in now. And I think it's really clear that the Professional Standards Board wanted to make sure you know the content. And I don't know how many people Shane got within 10 points last year on the second test, but didn't pass, but I'm guessing that's just not very many people got that close. But anyway, I really like the rubric. Kathy was there, and we really chomped around on this and said, what do we have to do to make sure they really know their stuff, but they're presenting different artifacts than just the praxis score. So I think we kind of nailed it, and I'm really anxious to see how this works.
Thank you. And one thing I would like to highlight, that this will be the exception to the rule. We still are promoting content tests, and that is what we will promote that individual passes, but for that rare exception, this would be a process for that individual to come through.
Kathy?
And I do think it's going to take watching it play out. I mean, obviously, it's a brand new deal, and the interaction with the board, it was everybody was in, everybody was participating, and it was a lot. And Shane had a lot to deal with in the chairman, but
One may even use the term painful, but
But
in a
you-
good way.
watching your face, I could go with that word. So, but there was a lot going on, and it was obvious that it was a very serious thing. But also, we know the numbers will be pretty low that will ever come to this. And I think it's really going to be about people who just can't test well. Like, I don't think so I think they can get, if they could have, and the anxiety is what stopped them, they'll be able to get through this. So that, I really think this will give them that extra that they need. That's my hope.
So I'll say this jokingly, but only a little bit. Are there testing accommodations for those who don't test well and have that anxiety?
Yep.
It might be the only thing that you didn't, you guys added so much. It looks like a really good list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you to Ann and Kathy for serving on that committee as well.
Definitely. Yes. Thank you both very much.
Yeah. I don't see any more questions.
All right. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Board members, shall we take a 5-7 minute break?
Yes.
Let's do that. It is 4:34. Let's just come back at 4:45. Dr. Craig Nineswander with our legislative interim committee update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. I'm glad I got that out. For 4 days, I've been saying members of the committee, so glad I got that right. So there has been an interim education committee that was allowed 4 days to meet during the interim session. They met the 2nd and 3rd of October, which was last Monday and Tuesday, and then yesterday and today. And at the time I came into the room, they were still meeting, so they're not quite done yet today, discussing what recommendations they'd like to see moving forward. So I'll try to hit some of the highlights of what they discussed, understanding, as I just said, they're not done yet, so we'll maybe have a more full report for you at another time. The break in between the two, so 2 days last week, 2 days this week, kind of served as a change in topics. So the first 2 days last week, each of the topics that was listed on their agenda, they very much wanted to tie to how it impacted student outcomes and achievement, which for the committee for the most part meant state assessments. They really did not look at many of the other goals that you have set. They did look at state assessments. They talked a little bit about other assessments like ACT and NAEP, but for the most part, that's how they wanted to look at student outcomes. I'll come back to that. I'll be a little disorganized, so bear with me a little bit. I guess I should say more than usual. The timing of the meeting, and they knew this going in, that they would not be able to see 2023 state assessment results because they hadn't been presented to you yet. So last week they were talking about state assessment results through 2022 on each of these items. So because a lot of it dealt with student achievement and with opportunities and challenges facing teachers, and parental rights was basically dealt with the surveys that school districts provide and notifying parents and so forth. A lot of that was Ben's division. So Dr. Proctor visited with them a fair amount and provided some information. One item I'll tell you they were very positively interested in is the work that you've done and the money that you've made available to provide training in science of reading for teachers. They were quite excited about that, interested in that. They talked about it again today with the Board of Regents from the standpoint of how well are colleges doing to train teachers and what can be done to move that process along. So that's definitely a topic of interest for them. Dr. Watson came at the end of the day Monday to talk about accreditation with them and walk through that process. And as I said, they talked about opportunities for improvement with students, opportunities and challenges facing teachers. And as a part of that, they heard from Dr. Brett Church at Emporia State. You may be familiar, he's done a survey. In fact, he's doing another one now of teachers across the state about attitudes, beliefs, what's impacting their job positively and negatively. And he did point out that, in his words, the significantly lowest item on the survey as far as what impacts teachers is society's viewpoint of the education profession.
So I want you to say that again, because I didn't hear that come out very clearly in the time I watched the committee hearing.
Dr. Church stated, and you're correct, the committee did not repeat that as the lowest number, but if you have his survey, it's clear. He pointed out on his survey the lowest item for teachers in terms of things that cause problems for them is society's viewpoint of the education profession. I may not be quoting that exactly right, but that's real close. And he did say it is significantly lower than any other item on the survey. Now
So Craig, when you say it's the lowest, tell everyone what that means.
That's in terms of what might cause me to leave the profession, that's That's
The
the number one.
reason.
So they're ranked
By
from
far.
5 is good,
Yes,
1 is
high
low,
high
that's the
is good,
closest to
low is
1.
bad.
So that means that
That is a significant reason.
heard the other way around.
And his question, I shouldn't say, leave the profession, that wasn't his question, but it was about what causes you concern and what does not cause concern. And so a plug I have to put in, the top line, or the top item in terms of the scoring, I believe I'm remembering correctly, was location of your school district. So there's all kinds of issues listed, but number 5 on the list, highest 5, was my relationship with my principal. And I'm not sure we always hear that administrators and teachers get along well, but at least in the findings he had, most teachers are pretty happy with their principal and the relationship they have.
And Craig, he had a couple hundred teachers. I mean, how large was the survey in general?
That I don't remember.
Okay, it's large, and we ought to have
yeah.
him present to you.
It
so
was
you can
across
hear
the state.
from
It
him.
is 2 years old now, and so he is doing another one this year again. But as I said, it was a significant finding that some of the comments teachers hear and believe that others hold about their profession is a real problem for them. So that's a little discouraging, but that was the information that was shared, and as Randy alluded to, when the results were repeated back by 1 or 2 members of the committee, they didn't mention that was the lowest. They wanted to pick out student behavior, which was actually a little further up the list. It wasn't even the second lowest. Parental rights and opportunities, as I said, that dealt primarily with the surveys that are administered by school districts, and did you notify parents appropriately that you were going to do that and post the surveys online, those types of issues. So Dr. Proctor addressed with them the steps that we took as an agency to inform school districts and how that process worked, and they heard from a few other individuals about that. A number of school districts had an opportunity to visit with them about things going on in their districts. So they heard from Wichita, Shawnee Mission, Salina, and Wabansie about different steps they were taking, programs they were implementing, how they were assisting students to improve outcomes. I think you would have been pleased to hear any one of those 4 reports about what they're doing, and the committee seemed to be pleased with the reports they made. They reviewed the LPA at-risk study that was presented a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, and I think we've talked about that before, that found a few school districts had some expenses that probably didn't meet the definition that's in statute, and LPA found, and we agree, the definition that's in statute for evidence-based best practices can't be met, because there's a requirement that you have 5 years of peer-reviewed research, and that just doesn't exist. Research is not typically spread out over a 5-year time period. They indicated, in fact, 1 or 2 years is the best you can typically find. So one of the recommendations was to examine that statute. You will have an opportunity to review an updated evidence-based best practices list later this year and approve that for school districts to put in use as the agency does some work in that area. They also heard about school choice for private schools. They heard from a professor in Arkansas, Dr. Patrick Wolf, and a gentleman by the name of Michael Austin about what they believe are the benefits of school choice, and from the standpoint of education savings accounts, tax credit scholarships, and the gentleman from Arkansas briefly discussed vouchers a little bit. So he listed those as 3 different options. They also heard on behalf of USD 112, who has a large virtual school, They heard from the contractor that provides that virtual school, who is Graduation Alliance. They're not pleased with the results of the audit, so we have to audit school districts every year. One of the things we audit is, are those students eligible to be funded under the law, in this case for adult virtual students. So they heard a little bit from them and directed us to go back and sit down with them and see if we can come to some agreements, which we have done prior to this, but they asked us to do it again. So we will do that. One item, and I'll just step right into this. If you look at their agenda for the first 2 days, anytime the Kansas Policy Institute was to address the committee, they were the last word on the list. They were allowed to speak the final word to the committee on each of the topics that they addressed. Not every topic, just the ones they addressed. And one of the topics they wanted to address, the committee had on their agenda, was the building needs assessments, which school boards are required to do each year. They need to have a needs assessment from each school. I think we've talked about it before, that they can use to, when they approve the budget, when they build the budget, they post it online. It's not a new practice. School districts have shared that information and worked with school boards on that. Putting it in a particular form so you can post it online is a new practice, and it's probably been beneficial. When it came time to address that, it was late in the day, overtime, first of the day, so the chair chose to scratch that particular item, and did so with the comment that we've already heard what we needed to hear on this anyway. They'd already heard from the Policy Institute about that topic. KASB and KSDE were both scheduled to address the topic anyway, and apparently they did not need to hear that. That's probably not the way she intended to say it. I know I said some things that didn't come out quite the way I intended them to, but it struck a chord. So like I say, I'll just walk right into that. That was, in a nutshell, the first 2 days. Then yesterday and today, yesterday they moved on to special education and addressed special education law and how it's implemented, requirements for IEPs, and again, opportunities and challenges for students with IEPs, and the funding formula. They had an opportunity to hear from a superintendent, a director of a service center, a teacher, a special education social worker, infant toddler director, as well as Brian Dempsey and Bert Moore from here in the agency. So they had a wide range of educators visiting with them, as well as a few others. Let me count here. 3 of those educators were appointed as members of the task force on special education. 2 of them specifically mentioned it's a complicated topic, talking about funding, and we would be happy to work with you and ask the chair if she would call the task force together so that they could begin that process. And no comment was made from the committee. They just walked right on by those particular requests. So I don't anticipate that we will see the task force called prior to the legislative session. They spent the day yesterday talking about all things special ed, including funding. What we're likely to hear as the session comes up in terms of funding is including the money that's in the local option budget as a result of state aid that's in the general fund. I know that sounds confusing. That's not the way those funds were originally put there. Short version, a great deal of the conversation, not all, some was focused on how can we help students, but a great deal of the conversation about funding was how can we make sure the legislature gets credit for the money we're putting in now. as opposed to, do we need to provide more funds to make services available for students? So it seemed to be more about changing the formula so that we can get to 92% without actually adding more money to it.
Craig, because most people aren't going to remember this, but a handful of us, local option budget, when it was originally done in the 92 school, 92, 93, or in the early 90s school funding formula, what was the purpose?
So originally, and I'll go back just a little more, when the funding formula was changed in 92, prior to that, school districts set their own mill levy to fund their budgets. And so you had mill rates that I don't remember, but you can imagine a huge gap between how much money you could raise in somewhere like Shawnee Mission as opposed to some other school districts. So mill rates were all over the place. So a large portion of the funding formula was set up to bring those back in line, and districts' general funds were capped at, I believe, 35 mills, may have been 36. That's the most you could levy for the general fund. Well, for some districts, that brought in more revenue than they'd had before. For others, that actually limited them. They were used to having more money than that. So for those districts, the local option budget was established so that if you wanted to provide additional funding, because the general fund was supposed to take care of the requirements for education, if you wanted to provide additional programming, then you could put a local option budget in place. And the theory was, as we move forward and the general fund is increased, the need for the LOB will disappear. Well, obviously, that's not the way it's played out. Every district has an LOB. In fact, you're now required to have an LOB at a certain percentage in law. So fast forward a little bit, when, I believe my timing on this is correct, when we experienced the recession nationally back in 2008, 2009, that time frame, and states did not have enough revenue, including Kansas, they had to cut the general fund several times over those years. In order to help build that up just a little bit, at some point in there, the legislature chose to take state aid for special education that prior to that time had gone into the special ed fund and deposited in the general fund first. So that doesn't give you any more money, it just starts it out in a different fund. The reason that helped school districts is back to the LOB. Now, this number wasn't so common then, but now you can have 30% of your general fund as your LOB. Well, if I just dumped, say, $300,000 of special ed aid into my general fund, I made my general fund $300,000 higher, so I get to take 30% of that $300,000 and put it in the LOB. So then the intention of that, again, that's local option budget. Local boards would have the authority to use that money if they chose to, but if they didn't feel like they wanted to raise their local property taxes to cover that, they didn't have to. So the state wasn't providing more money, but they were putting it in a place that gave districts the option to use that money if they chose to, which most do. So one of the arguments now, and you'll hear it with the special education funding that I'm sure is going to come up in the next session, that 30% of $300,000 that I just put in my LOB, that ought to count as state aid for special ed. It doesn't now. That wasn't the intent when they moved the money over there, but that's the way they would like to look at it, again, so that the legislature can claim credit for that money. For what it's worth, school districts already transfer more than that from their LOB into special ed. So counting that as special ed and requiring them to transfer it into that fund, again, is not going to provide more money. It's just going to move it from one place to the next.
And I remind the board that the law, both federal and state, talks about excess cost to educate special ed. So if you're just moving money around in the general supplemental general LOB, you're not providing excess cost over what's already there. So it can get complicated, but that's the way the law reads. It's up to 40% of excess costs at federal level and 92% of excess. So you take what every student gets, special ed student gets that, and then whatever's in addition based on the IEP to meet those needs. So.
Okay, questions on that before I forge off in something else that will confuse you maybe?
I'll ask a quick question. Isn't the special education task force required by law?
I believe, and I meant to look that up today and I haven't. I've been told, and I think it's correct, that what's required is a report to be filed from the task force. I don't know that the law actually says they must meet. That's probably the implication when you form a task force and you name somebody to call the first meeting and they have to file a report. But I think the only thing it specifically says, and I could be wrong on this, that it specifically says must be done is that report must be filed with the legislature in January.
See, I'm a member of that task force.
Yes,
So
ma'am, you are.
it would be hard for them to have a report when the task force didn't meet. Like as a member, I wouldn't get to see that report that would magically be filed.
I think that would be true.
Okay, thank you.
And the task force was specifically named to study special education funding and recommend changes. The interim committee, when it was formed, when they notify the Legislative Coordinating Council that they want to meet, legislators list items. And the items they listed included specifically special education and then in parentheses, non-funding. But as I said, we ended up discussing funding anyway.
And as this board discussed today, briefly, there are many increases in the costs of special education right now. And so having a task force put together and actually having the meeting, being able to have those conversations about funding needs, actual students would be a really great place to start.
Yep.
Thank you.
In terms of additional costs, and we'll talk about this report in a minute too, overall enrollment in the state's been declining. You're probably aware of that. Special education enrollment has been increasing and will probably continue to do so. So yes, costs do increase.
I don't see any other questions, although Jim's hand is on his button. Jim.
Okay. There are numerous categories in special education. Okay, they're not all funded at the same level, are they?
Indirectly, because in special education, we don't fund the student, we fund on the number of teachers that you have, special education teachers you have. So
So we don't
if
fund
you're,
on the need, we fund on the support?
yes. So
That's
if my exceptionality requires more support than yours, then indirectly, yes, I am being funded more than you are because you're paying for more teachers to help me.
Yeah. And since that was implemented, when I say that, we were required to provide special education services, which occurred in the late 60s, early
I believe
70s?
that's right, yes.
Okay.
I don't remember the date. It was in the 70s? Okay.
Yeah. And that number has grown significantly since that time in terms of
Absolutely.
identifying special needs students.
Yes.
Okay. And we're still trying to fund it with the same formulas? Pretty much.
Yes, it has not changed a great deal.
And most of the districts, since they have to provide the services, it's mandated
Yes.
federally, are not receiving the state aid proportionally to the funding, but rather having to take it out of their own general fund.
Yes, that's correct.
And that general fund money then comes from the regular ed kids. I'm not trying to pitting them together because it was never set up that way.
No.
It was never supposed to be robbed from one to support the other. It was supposed to be that the funds would be there. And the federal government hasn't come through.
Yep.
Neither has the state. But we still have the requirements to do those things.
And that point, that because the services are required, special ed students are not being shorted on money because you can't. It's the general education program that suffers because you have to move money over to serve them. That point was actually made by one of the committee members, so they're well aware that that is the outcome from not funding special education, that it's an impact on the general education program as much, if not more, than the special education program.
So by the legislature not funding appropriately, the school districts are picking that up with the money that was supposed to go
Yes,
to regular ed.
that's correct.
I'm not sure the people in the state of Kansas know that.
And obviously, some across the street would argue that it is funded appropriately, it's just not being counted correctly.
Okay.
And
thank you.
So you'll know, we did discuss and we did let them know, the state board's well aware and has made the effort to visit when you have the opportunity with the members of Congress from Kansas about the fact that the federal government has a role to play in this funding as well, as you mentioned. And when they're short, that makes it that much more difficult for the state to hit 92%. So it's not just a state issue, it is also federal. And we wanted to make sure that the committee understood that you were well aware of that and are trying to address that topic as well.
Well, just a brief note, maybe it's the right time or the wrong time, I don't know. But I was in education before we had the mandated services. I also had a relative who was handicapped. And we were not serving those students pretty much at all. It was really left up to the community and to the folks at home that wanted to do it. You know, you didn't see handicapped students in schools the way you do today. You know, they were pretty much ignored and pushed aside. And that changed at the federal level and then state levels and communities were still doing it. I would say that Hayes, Kansas did a great job of trying to meet those needs when there was no requirement to do that. I'm familiar with what they did. But many communities and schools were just ignoring special education kids and sending them home, sending them away. Not seen, not there. You know, so this is quite, now we're to the point, well, I would just say one other thing. It was a lot of money to accommodate handicapped students. Yes. When we redid our buildings and changed doors and walkways and, you know, many fountains and, you know, and restrooms and that just tells you how little we were doing to accommodate, to help, to support, you know, our handicapped population. Yep. You know, if we'd been doing it right, we wouldn't be forced to do it. You know, so I guess where I'm going with this is we spend a lot of money still that doesn't get supported by the state or the federal government to meet the needs of our students in our community. And that I don't think is recognized at the legislative level because that we're covering the cost of funding from an unfunded mandate at the local level. That's my 2 cents. And by the way, almost happily. I mean, we see the need at the local level and we're taking care of it. And maybe that's the way it should be, but don't tell me you're funding the whole thing and we're taking it away from other kids. You know, so, yeah.
All right. Today, then, the committees switched courses, different topics, talking about career technical education and concurrent enrollment, dual enrollment. So most of that was focused on the Board of Regents. We did have a little bit of time when Natalie Clark from the department addressed them about how that works with K-12 and school districts, how they're reported, how they're funded, the 0.5 weighting that they receive for CTE, which students are included in that, which are not. So the majority of the morning and early afternoon was on the Board of Regents side with a little bit of our input. And I think the that's also the time they talked about the science of reading training with the Board of Regents and what can be done to make that more widespread, I guess would be the way to say it. And then this afternoon, they heard more about the schools in USD 112 and 113, so Wilson and Wetmore, that were closed, and about how that process works. And I wasn't able to stay for all of that. I needed to be back here, so I'm not sure everything that they heard on that particular topic. And then they heard from the next item I'll talk about. There was a legislative post-audit report presented at noon today. At the time this this agenda was prepared, we didn't realize it was going to be presented, so it wasn't listed on your agenda. But as a cost study for K-12 education, similar in principle to studies that have been done in the past and reported on. So that was just released today, so we'll be able to get you a copy of the study so you can read through that at your leisure. But to give you an idea of what was done, they had two objectives that they wanted to answer. What's the estimated cost to K-12 school districts to educate all students to meet performance outcome standards set by the Board of Education? And they had a real short time frame to do this study. I'll just throw that out. The second objective was to look at what research says about the relationship between spending and outcomes. So that first outcome, the estimated cost for all students to meet the performance outcome standards set by the Board of Education, similar to the approach the committee took. They looked at assessment results. They did not really take the time to look at your outcomes or at the Rose standards that are in statute. So they looked at how students do on state assessments and what that means for costs. They reviewed data from 2017 to 2022. And so again, they didn't have the benefit of the most recent state assessment results from 2023 that you just heard this morning. The LPA defined success on those standards as being level 3 or 4. And that was the definition they chose to go with for this particular study and this report. Their findings, one in particular that will jump out at you, it is unlikely that any amount of additional spending will result in all students, and they underlined all, meeting state standards, because student outcomes are the result of many factors beyond spending. And they went ahead then and listed things like individual student traits, home environment, district and school characteristics. And it was, they constructed a regression model, which if you ask me a great deal about that, I won't be able to explain it, to determine what would happen if you put more money in to specific groups of students. How would they improve on their outcomes? And that was one of their findings, that some students would improve, but no amount of money will allow all students to improve because it's a combination of all these other factors, which probably a lot of educators might not disagree with in its entirety. The issue becomes, the way we always looked at it anyway, okay, fine, you tell me which one's not going to meet the standard. Who are you going to choose to leave behind? So you can't take that viewpoint as an educator. You have to assume you can get every child there. That's the job. So anyway, that's soapbox. The point we wanted to make is that's not the same as saying that money doesn't matter. For most students, it will. And they even made the point in their cost study, it's not necessarily more money, sometimes it is, it's how you spend it, directed money. Are you targeting students with specific programs and interventions that you know will work? They didn't list a lot of what those programs and interventions would be, but two things they did find associated, you can't say it caused it, but associated with improved student outcomes were higher teacher salaries and administrative services. First time I recall one of these programs saying administrative services could lead to improved student outcomes. But they were very clear about that, and not only was it in writing, it was specifically mentioned to the post-audit committee when they met. That those two items were, I believe the words were strongly associated with improved student outcomes. So when you're looking at targeted expenditures, that's an area to look at. They did go ahead and make the point that in some cases, higher teacher salaries are more important than more teachers in terms of improving student outcomes. There is a point at which adding another teacher and making the class size that much smaller, research would tell you doesn't necessarily lead to improved outcomes. Higher salaries, which theoretically should help you be able to hire a higher quality teacher, may be more beneficial than the smaller class size. Not in all cases, but in some. So that was another finding that they had. Their findings, to a large extent, agreed with earlier studies that we've seen from post-audit and from West Ed from the standpoint of spending matters. And they actually found, LPA in this study, that in order to impact the majority of, let me get the right term, excuse me for just a minute. The majority of disadvantaged students, which they included free lunch and ESL as the students that they looked at. Not saying that disadvantaged students are limited to those populations, those are just the ones they looked at. In order to impact the majority of those, similar to other students, the additional spending would be $2 billion necessary to make that happen, which may be a familiar number. If you're familiar with the West Ed study, that was a number they had in mind in order to get all students to meet the board outcomes. So they are consistent with earlier studies, including their own that was done in 2006. There's a number of other items in the study, but I won't go through all of it until we have an opportunity to get that to you so you can read it. Then from there, they wrapped up the day, and I was not there for this. As far as I know, they may still be discussing with their discussions of what have we learned over the last 4 days and what do we want to recommend moving forward into the session.
Betty, did you have something?
I did. In fact, my question to you was, is there room on your soapbox for me? Because, you know, the one thing that I think of, it's almost like there's two schools of thought. There's one that feels like, okay, we've spent X amount of dollars. What do we have to show for it? So let's stop the spending. And then the other school of thought being, we haven't spent adequate money, and that's why there's nothing to show. And so I often wonder, what does it take to marry or compromise those two thoughts, that they can start looking at students first and what their needs are, instead of the mindset of we've spent too much already, you know.
Understand there are, and you will hear very much two different viewpoints, at least two different viewpoints.
That's the only thing I was going to get on the soapbox with you about. Thank you.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the interesting thing about this whole funding thing is the legislature's never really funded education based on the actual cost of educating a child. It was always, how much are we willing to spend? Even if you go back to 92, I can't find any evidence that the amount they, came up with, the base aid, had anything to do with what base aid ought to be. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And in fact, nobody done that until West Ed in 2018, and their conclusion was, and I've got the numbers somewhere, that in order to meet, you know, like 90% graduation and the rose capacities plus the state board goals, if you only put 500 million in, which is what they did, you would never make progress toward those goals. So why are they surprised? We haven't made a whole lot of progress toward those goals. And then they set another level at 1.7 billion if you want to get to this percent, and 2 billion if you want to really make all of them. And they've never gotten close to that. And then this study totally ignored COVID. Like, you know, like, what's that? You know, they tried to draw a straight line from 2017 to 2022 and totally ignore there was something going on in there, you know, that might have impacted costs. And they included ESSER money, didn't they, in the amount we're spending per child?
Yes, they
And
they
then
did
that'll
point out
come out.
the amount of the increase that was due to federal money, and a large part of that was for COVID.
Yeah,
They did
so,
mention that.
anyway, I think they kind of punted on it, but they'll do what they want to do anyway, won't they? Pretty much. But I think we ought to keep pointing out to them that they do have a study that was very well researched about what it costs to meet all these goals we've set, and it's way more than they're willing to put in.
Aren't you going to miss this?
This, yes.
I think I'm going to address some, what I consider blatant falsehoods that came out of the meeting. It was reported to me, and by the way, I don't listen to it all the time because my mental health will not allow that. But I was told that it was pointed out by one of the officers of that committee that we hadn't done anything about dyslexia, so they had to. And that's such a blatant falsehood. I hope that was, I mean, I'm not going to speculate on why that was said. But I think for the record, we need to correct those sorts of statements, because the task force made several recommendations, the Dyslexia Task Force, and all of you are very well aware of this. We met with the deans of the colleges of education well before the task force even made recommendations to tell them that we were going to be making major changes in the way reading was taught. We adjusted the program standards to make sure that every program that comes to us that deals with reading requires that the colleges of education address reading. We required extensive training, not just for current teachers, by the way, I'm not lecturing you.
I understand that.
Teachers, but also pre-teachers, those that are coming out of the programs. We required screening and evaluation of teachers. We provided help in identifying appropriate resources, and we actually employed a coordinator for that purpose. Now what did we ask everything that was asked of the State Board of Education, we did, and we implemented it immediately. What we asked the legislature was this: to provide funding for a coordinator. They did not immediately do that. As a matter of fact, they didn't do anything the first year. After that, we, through COVID money, our ESSER money, provided that for 1 year, and they eventually did that, but only after, at least in one of the committees, they wanted to actually determine who that person was, and it would be outside of the Department of Education. They eventually did that. We asked them to provide funding for training. Zero we got from the legislature. The reason we have training is because we're using that $15 million that Randy has talked about. We asked for money for screening and evaluation. What we've got from the legislature is zero. And school districts are having to do that on their own at an additional cost. What they did do is pass the Every Child Can Read Act, which what they did was say that they implemented everything that we did. They got on the bus after it had already left the station, and the only thing different was that they required reporting that we probably would have picked up in the evaluation process anyway. One of the things that I am most concerned about in this process, and not only here, but in the regular committee meetings that happen, is that the disrespect that the leaders of those committees display toward people that don't agree with them. Examples, the Kansas Teacher of the Year from several years ago was pilloried after, this is not this week, but has been pilloried. One of the Kansas Superintendents of the Year has been pilloried just because they say the truth, and it is not what they want to hear. I have always been impressed with this group, and I'm very proud of this group, because somebody can come to this podium during the public comment and say things, and many times they've said things that I disagree with, and I'm sure they've said things that everybody at this table has disagreed with, but we treat them with respect. We listen to them politely, to my knowledge, they've never been lectured, even though early in my career on this board, and I'd written an article, and actually the people from an agency or an organization that does not support public education came specifically to criticize me, and they still didn't get questioned to do that. I think that's a pattern. That is not the pattern in the legislature. I think they treat, as you indicated, the one group gets full credit and listened to, while anybody that disagrees with them gets pilloried. And I think that is an example of poor leadership and shows a prejudice against public education by the people that should be supporting public education. Tomorrow, we're going to hear recommendations from the Kansas Board of Regents. Part of that's going to be related to reading, and they've stepped up also, and I hope that we'll seriously consider what their recommendations are. I find it interesting that those organizations that they listen to and that are providing what I consider anti-public education testimony are also providing lunch for this committee this week and last week. I'm going to get off my horse just shortly, but not quite yet. It was also reported to me last week that one of those organizations talked about, discounted the increase in graduation requirements and even talked about we're just giving certificates of participation. I've worked in this business like Jim for over 40 years. I have worked with numbers of students and parents to make sure that their student aggressively worked to graduate. There are those students that have difficulty meeting the standards, and I've seen teachers, and I've seen parents, and I've seen paraprofessionals, and I've seen the whole community come together to make sure that they had the resource and motivation and help to graduate, and it was a significant part of their lives. And those statements denigrate the importance of graduation. If you ever go to a high school graduation and you hear the cheers are not for the valedictorian. They're cheers for those kids that worked their rears off and barely made it, but in fact they made it because a diploma means something. That is denigrating the profession. And I would also suggest, you talked about the number one thing was the support of the community, that was the reason people leave. I would suggest the people on that committee, or at least the leadership in that committee, look in the mirror, because I believe that they significantly contribute to that. Now, Madam Chairman, I have one question for you. Have you been in any way in contact with the committee chair in relation to the task force on special ed?
Well, in fact, I have. So, let's see, today's Tuesday. Last Tuesday, she wrapped up the day by saying that she had reached out to all of the members of the Special Education Task Force and invited them to come and present to speak this week. That was Tuesday. Wednesday morning, I got an email from someone who works in her office asking if I would like to come. Knowing that I had to be here all day today, knowing that this is a much larger conversation than I could cover in the 10 minutes that was offered to me, I declined. And I responded and asked her to call the Special Education Task Force, and I did not get a response.
I think that's another example of disrespect. And I can't speak for this group, but I would certainly hope that we all would like for that group to come together and have a non-biased discussion about how best to meet the needs of the special needs students of our state and all of them. So, you know, I'm not making any suggestions, but I would certainly hope that that we could do that. I think that very loudly shows disrespect to this entire body whenever there is no response to the chair. I think I'm through.
Thank you, Jim. And I will just say to the board and to you, I completely agree with everything that you've said. Thank you. And they do need to call the Special Education Task Force. There's a whole group of people that are waiting to come and present and have the kind of conversation that Jim just talked about. So, thank you, Craig, for all you do.
Certainly welcome.
Board members, we're not quite done. We have one last item. It's that last piece of consent. And Kathy is here for item G, act on request with vendor for KSDE data center co-location. Hello. Can you just,
Is this on? There we are.
there you go. What
Are
can
you-
you tell us?
What can I tell you
Or-
about
Or
item
Michelle, do you have a
G?
specific question? Okay.
Okay. So item G, when we ask for some money to contract with USD 501 for the purpose of a data center co-location, probably data center isn't the best word for that. It is a co-location. It is a disaster recovery site. And what that means is if for some reason tonight this building tumbled to the ground, if you wanted to have a board meeting tomorrow in the location that we have at 501, you could do so. There would be laptops ready. It's all there. It's in a controlled environment. It's in a secure environment. There are laptops. Anything that we would need to continue funding schools, accrediting schools, and licensing educators. Those are our three number one things to do if we ever have to relocate some folks while we're getting everyone else up and going, if we weren't able to come back in this building. There is no data there. There's not a hot backup. There's not a cold one, meaning backup tapes. It literally is a co-location if we can't get in this building. That's what it is.
I move that we approve item G.
Second from Dina. Michelle, another
So
question?
one comment, so it's still located in the same city? I mean, you're talking about just the building, though. What if it comes through and wipes out this entire, we'd have to go travel a little bit, I would think we would want to travel outside of this area. There were a lot of questions with little information that was on a consent agenda item. I had somebody that knows, and this is all they do for a living, had questions about that and thought, you might want to have somebody come and report or do a little further explanation than just putting it on a consent agenda item with a paragraph of information. So he just said, I would abstain if I were you. You represent me, I would abstain until you had more of a full report on something like that.
It's
And I know
not
you
our
can't-
data center. I think
Yeah.
that the individual's thinking that it was our data center.
po-
Okay.
possibly. So that's,
And I'm
again,
not going to answer a lot of
and you don't
questions
have
about
to.
that in
You
a
don't
live
ha-
stream.
You don't have to, it's just very
So,
little information, and it just,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of questions came about from somebody that's what they do all the
Right.
day in, day out. So they just, then I thought, okay, I just need to pull it and abstain, so I'm just abstaining today. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, can I ask you a different question?
Yes.
I'll try to make it safe because I understand where you're coming from. If Topeka were wiped off the map, would our data still be safe somewhere?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? And Michelle, hopefully that helps answer your concern as well. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving item G from consent, please raise your hand. 9 opposed, abstain. Abstention from Michelle. Motion passes. Thank you. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.